Hello, everyone. I hope you are doing well. It has been a very nice and relaxing weekend for me. So I hope it has been for you as well. Uh, we get to start with an announcement. So last time, I promised that I was almost done a Whisper 10 Lines puzzle, and that I would be publishing it soon, I hoped. I will admit I then immediately after stream went to be like, okay, well, I'm going to go finish it now. And then I realized that in the version of the puzzle that I had made a logic error on effectively the first step. And so the entire puzzle was invalid and there was no fixing it. So I spent yesterday remaking the puzzle. And now we have this. We're not dropping frames according to OBS, Tristan. I don't know if OBS is the final authority, but OBS says 0% dropped frames. All right. So anyway, so then I went, and so yesterday then I sort of redid the puzzle, having learned what I've learned about it, about this idea that I had for setting this, and now here is this puzzle funhouse. So if you are interested in doing this, it's up on LMD. Tristan's putting a link in the chat to where you can go do this puzzle if you are so inclined. This is currently sitting at 2 stars after 52 solves, so this is on the gentler side of Zeta puzzles. And yeah, I was really happy with the symmetry. I'll admit, actually, sort of like the first thing I decided, for no real reason, was that I was going to make the grid have this perfect symmetry between 10 lines and whispers, because I knew it would be possible to do it. And so Myxo thought the puzzle was way harder than 2 stars. Oh wow! Usually I feel like Myxo's the other direction. I feel like Myxo is usually the one who says I thought this 3-star puzzle was only 2. Interesting. I will say there is some. There are multiple paths through this puzzle that people have found, and so I think part of why it's sitting at 2 stars is that you don't have to follow exactly the path that I am. And so now we have people in chat. Some people say that it's freezing for them, including weirdly Tristan, who you'd think would be the one who would have the best internets to get this transmission from me, given that he is 2 doors away, 1 door away even. But then we have plenty of people saying it's not. I have no idea. I apologize. I don't know what's going on with YouTube, but at least on my end, there are no frames currently dropping. So that is what I can say. Hey, Ace of Spades, great to see you at the concert last night. I had a lot of fun. It was cool and very well attended. You can't ask for much more than that, I feel like. All right. So with that, we get to hop over to today's puzzle. I'm not doing this puzzle, to be clear. I was just pulling this up to just show you the grid, so that you could perhaps be intrigued to go do it. Oh, someone, by the way, asked if the face was intentional. The symmetry was intentional. The fact that it so clearly forms exactly a face was unintentional. For whatever. So Tristan is planning to do this on his stream on Tuesday. Are you also planning to do Cascade on your stream on Tuesday? So you can look forward to at least Tristan is planning to do this. Alrighty. It's a good MicroStudy says. In fact, MicroStudy says it's a good Trist puzzle. MicroStudy actually sent me a message that said, did I say decomposting rather than decompose? That is possible. That sounds like me. Yeah, it really does say decomposted. Wow, it does say decomposted. I did not notice that. Good spot, because it actually says that even in the rules description here. Well, when Tristan makes me a zetamath link for this puzzle, he can fix this by removing the T. And then I'll update the LMD page with it, and then it won't mention that. But yeah, the face was just a pure joyous coincidence. Alrighty, so but yeah, MicroStudy actually sent me a message that was something to the effect of, "It's a shame you made this puzzle because this would be the perfect puzzle for your stream." Uh, so I don't know quite what to take from that, but I guess I will take it as a compliment. I don't know. I was in the garden yesterday. Compost was on my mind, or something. I don't know. Anyway, but today's most voted on puzzle is in fact by Myxo. So glad we have Myxo here. So we have, I believe, Sackgassen or something along those lines. By the way, Drelier says that their puzzle's the most solved on the CTC app. Is the Line app out? Yet for CTC? I'm curious when that will come out. Although I realize that then I kind of want to do it, but I can't really do it on stream. Whatever. So anyway, this got voted on. I will say this is going to be my my first 5-star U-Bahn puzzle on stream, I believe. I did can tease 5-star U-Bahn puzzle off stream, but that was like in the earlier days of U-Bahn, not the later days of U-Bahn. So probably it would be a 2-star puzzle now. Anyway, but I don't mind doing a U-Bahn puzzle now and then. Maybe I'll learn something, but this is going to be a challenge. We'll put it this way. More so than average. So anyway, the people who support and who voted for this are Josh, Woofer, Naverio, Nordy, Ken, Doomdiot, Luda, Russ, Math Pesto, and David. So thank you to all for your support. I'll wait to say whether to thank you for voting for this puzzle, I suppose. But yes, if people are curious what's going on in chat, Tristan says this might, in quotes, have been added by a turbine. If people support at the top level, one thing they can do is suggest puzzles, although I'll only add them if I think I'll enjoy them. So I at the time thought I would enjoy this, and as MicroStudy says, we're going to pretend that this is a Ben's Jofel 2-star U-Bahn Star Battle hybrid, and go from there. So let's figure out what the rules are. So we have U-Bahn rules, and I think it's standard U-Bahn rules. So U-Bahn is sort of like a loop variant, but you don't make a loop. That's the difference between it and a loop variant, is that you don't make a loop. Rather, what you make is you make a loop network. So you can't do the diagonal thing that I just tried to do there. But for example, you need to have a loop network, and it could be something like this kind of loop network. The key thing is that there can be no dead ends in your loop network. So I could do this. I can't do that because that would be a dead end. Now, there are clues, of course. And so the clues outside the grid, well, I'm getting there, Tristan. Love of God. Yes, there are going to be dead ends in this, but I started with explaining what a U-Bahn puzzle is, and so I'll explain how this is different from a U-Bahn puzzle when I get to the part where it's different from a U-Bahn puzzle. But in standard U-Bahn, you can't do this. This puzzle is different, as we see. I love how people assume because I'm explaining something that I don't understand it, rather than making expositional choices. This happens a lot. Okay. So anyway, so that's how U-Bahn works. What do the clues mean? The clues on the outside of the grid tell you how many of that sort of piece there are in that row or column. So, for example, there are really these types of pieces that can appear uh, in here. Uh, uh, so, uh, so now there's some weird issue. So a lot of people are asking, something weird is happening on YouTube's end because I'm not dropping any frames and plenty of people are getting all the frames, but a lot of people are having video stuttering issues, which is an indication to me that something weird is happening in YouTube land, not in my internet connection, because some people are having issues and some people aren't. Yeah, so who knows? Vivav is getting all the frames in India, and Tristan is not getting all the frames in my house. So you know that just YouTube things. I'll note the orientation is not important when we say that in this row there are, well, that was a terrible choice. The orientation doesn't matter when I say that in this row there's one sort of three-prong thing. That's also a terrible choice. The orientation doesn't matter when I say that in this row there are 7 corner choices. So it could be one of these, or it could be one of these, or whatever. The orientation's not relevant. It's just a corner in any orientation is what this is saying. Now, to get to the part of the rules where this is the Ben's Jofel special, or really a Myxo special, where this is not a standard U-Bahn, is that we also have 2 dead end stations in every row and column, which is interesting because it kind of makes it like Berlin in a weird way, which is sort of like my U-Bahn-esque puzzle was all about dead ends instead of anything. But anyway, we've got dead ends, and so we've got 2 dead ends in every row and column. I almost reflexively said in every row, column, and box, except there aren't boxes. And those dead ends follow quote-unquote star battle rules, which means that they can't touch even diagonally. So when I go ahead and I make dead ends, and I mark, hey, this is a dead end, this is a dead end, I can't do this because those 2 touch diagonally. And I certainly can't do, do this, because those 2 touch orthogonally. So I have to be very mindful of how my dead ends work with each other. Okay, so I think if I recall, the reason why why I chose to do this is I assumed that this was going to be like different enough from U-Bahn that I might be able to do it, even though I'm not a U-Bahn expert. Myxo says that he hasn't done Berlin, but that heard that Berlin tries as hard as possible to solve not like a U-Bahn. I think what actually is true is that Berlin is set by someone who's done, say, 5 U-Bahns total, and so there wasn't a deliberate effort to make it solve like or not like a U-Bahn. There was just an effort to make it a U-Bahn-esque rule set. And do what happened with it, but it wasn't a deliberate slight on U-Bahn. Also, I should emphasize here, because you may assume, given that this is a Sudoku stream, you might wonder what's going on with what digits are going into the grid, and the answer is no digits are going into the grid at any point in this puzzle. So we're only drawing in lines, some of which have dead ends, and some of which will get colored or whatever. So we'll do this. I'm gonna try and remember, there is the, yeah, I feel like it should be popping up that the solution is correct, because I've put all the digits into the grid correctly. So I feel like Sven should be telling me that I have the correct solution in the puzzle. Anyway, this is a 10 by 10 grid, so that's worth pointing out. And so the math that Jay has done is the math that I was actually kind of trying to do, but I was trying to do it here instead. The math that Jay has done is to notice that in this column, there are 2 dead ends, and then everything else is spelled out here, because 2 plus 6 plus 2 is 10. Uh, so that's going to be an interesting place to start when we start this. And so in this row, the thing I was noticing is there's only one cell that I don't know exactly what it is. Let's see. Do I want to bet tree? I guess if people want to bet what's going on, I'll take a bet tree. Why not? Row 9, column 8. Okay, so we're not going to have an official betting tree for this because our bet tree app will not support betting on this. But bet, which shape will this be? A dead end? Will it be a 4 exit, a 3 exit? Will it be a straight through, a corner, or a dead end? Or will there be no track here at all? Those are, I think, the official options. So you can unofficially bet on that. Also, I will tell you it's not going to be a 3-way because this clue tells you it's not a 3-way. But feel free to bet 3-way anyway. Okay, so what do we do with the observation of J. Dyer's that in this column, every cell is a thing? So maybe I should sort of try and have a color that says this cell is visited by the loop. So Ambrose, this is a special U-Bahn that can have dead ends, which is why I think I put it in the bucket. Because I like U-Bahns that can have dead ends. It's a cool idea. I think I'm going to use blue for all of these cells are visited. I think that's the standard Woofers approved way to indicate that something is whatchamacallit, that something is that. So that something is in the loop network. And then I think we're supposed to turn it green or something when we learn that it is when we know there's no extra lines through it. And then like maybe light gray for when we're not. I'll figure it out over time. So this is either a dead end or a corner. And that's because in this column we have only 3 ways and corners. But in this row, we have no 3 ways. So I can center mark this as 1 or 2. Just to indicate that to myself. Here, I don't know. Now, I'll note these also just literally can't be 3 ways. So they're also either corners or... they're either corners or dead ends. I feel like I'm going to have to prove the corner can't be a dead end somehow or something like that, but I don't see it yet, but I think there might be some like global deduction to be made about where the corners have to actually go. But we shall see. Okay, and then in this row, we've got stuff. In this row, we've got stuff. So we've got all of that. Okay, in this column, what we know is we have no 4 ways. Okay, in this row, I have 2 dead ends, 3 corners. Sorry, 2 dead ends, 7 corners, 1 other. There's probably some sort of parody trick that I'm supposed to get out of that, but I'll be honest, I don't know what it is. In row 1, actually, row 1 seems like a smart place to look. Because in row 1, I have 2 dead ends, a 3-way, and 6 straightaways. So that's 9 cells. So I only get 1 cell that's not one of those. And so this cell... is interesting. This cell is interesting because if this is not a dead end, it's the other one. I guess here's a point. There's only room for 1 corner in row 1. Because there literally is only one room for 1 corner. So one of these 2, at most, is a corner. Therefore, one of them is a dead end. So for whatever it's worth, One of these two is a dead end. Oh, this is a dead end for sure. This is just given. Because what is this? It's not a corner. Well, what the hell else is it going to be? It can only be a dead end. Okay, so we have our first official dead end. Is this. Oh, right. Sorry. This could also be nothing. So this is a dead end or nothing. Is the only other option, right? Because this can be unvisited. If this is, so the correct thing is if this is visited, then yeah. So this is either a dead end or it's void, right? I've been spending all my time thinking about this column where I know that everything is visited, but this doesn't have to be visited. It could be the only unvisited thing in the row. So we have to prove it can't be the only unvisited thing in the row, which it assuredly cannot be the only unvisited thing in the row. But I don't yet see immediately why it can't be the only unvisited thing in the row. Okay. So note all of these straight up and down pieces that go in this row, the 6 of them, they all have to go horizontally because straight up and down would go off the grid, and my loop network is not allowed to go off the grid. So I have 6 left to right pieces in this row. And then my 3-way definitely goes down. So I have 1 pointing down piece into this row from that. And now what do my dead ends look like, therefore? I'm trying to decide if I know anything about how many pointing down pieces there are. Like, do the dead ends have to point down? And I don't think they do, because I think this could be a dead end, and I think it could look like that, and I think that would be fine if I am looking at that. Microstudy demands a modern romance, U-Bahn. Okay. Okay. J40 asks about crossing lines between column 1 and column 2. And so the point that Jay is making is that in column 1, I know everything is a dead end, a corner, which has to look like that, or a 3-way, which has to look like that. And so each type of these two puts a connection between column 1 and column 2, a horizontal connection. So 8 of these cells are horizontal connections between column 1 and column 2. And so Jay's question that Jay would like me to think about is, can there in fact be 10? So is it possible that all 10 of them are there? And so I think that's going to require me to think about the parity of the number of crossings. And so if this were just a straight up loop genre, then there'd always have to be an even number of crossings along any vertical line that I drew because of loops doing loop things. I think that's still true in a regular U-Bahn because in a regular U-Bahn, you still have to do loop stuff, but maybe not. Maybe that's not true. I'm trying to think if it's possible in a regular U-Bahn to have 3 vertical lines going up between the two things. Love you, honey.
Love you.
Are you going to tell me the answer?
Please take a second to like the stream.
But I think Jay is assuming that I know that the answer isn't 9. And I don't think I know that the answer isn't 9, particularly because of this dead ends business, which I think would break any of the normal stuff. Okay. But so Myxo is saying a sort of advanced U-Bahn thing, which is highlight any region you want. and says the parity of the number of lines leaving the area is equal to the parity of the amount of branches in the area. How many branches is this? Is this 2 branches? Or does this just not count? When you say branches, do you literally only mean this? Branches are 3 ways. Okay. So, let's see. Selena says the break-in is the following U-Bahn theorem. So row 1 has at most 3 half horizontal cells. What's a half horizontal cell? So all the full horizontal cells are connected. Okay. So the point is, if I tried to split up, let me just draw this. Okay, I think I can kind of imagine this. So there's 6 horizontal cells. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's just imagine I do it that way. So the point is here, the 6 cells are split. And so the point is that this is a problem because beyond those, I need to also have a T, and the T is also going to have to go somewhere, and it's going to end up connecting these anyway, right? So right, so I just can't separate my I just can't separate the 6 things, because if I do, I'm going to end up... I'm trying to think about this Selena's way of thinking about this. Which is... I guess what Selena, I think, is really saying is these 4 cells, the ones at the ends of my 2 strings of straights, what am I going to do with them? And the answer is I can make them into a dead end. I could make them into a corner. But that's it. Those are the only 2 options. But in this row, there are a maximum of 3 dead ends and corners, and therefore I can't do this. Does that seem like an accurate synopsis of what you were saying, Selena? So I think this goes back to the statement about the fact that we only have sort of 3 things we don't know. And so there have to be 6 connected horizontal lines. And if they were here, well, sorry, this could never be a horizontal connected line. This could never be a horizontal connected line. And so they come from these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. They come from these 8 cells. And so I could omit those 2. I could omit those 2. But these are always connected lines. These are always horizontally connected lines. Okay. Okay, so these are all now blue. And so the question is, why can't I have a 3-way coming through here? I can absolutely have a 3-way coming through here. So when I have this in blue, all it means is it's visited by the network, and I might or might not have all the connections that line is going to have yet. Myxo is saying I can do one better. And J40 is also saying I could do one better. Because effectively I have 7 horizontal lines to place. Because this is also a horizontal line. It's just a horizontal line with an extra thing. So we can actually extend this. So again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of these that could potentially be this. We can actually extend the horizontal line all the way through here, actually, because we need one more. So we can go there and there, I believe. Why does this look off-center? This has got to be off-center. Why did I screw this up? What did I screw up here? I I did not do this right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. So the thing that's true is all of these have to have a straight line through the center, I believe. Okay, so all of these are visited. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6, and then the 7th has to go on either side. Okay. I think it ended up off-center because that. And remember, when I have these in blue, and so this is the thing I've been trying to internalize from watching people like Woofer do this, is the blue color is indicating there might be more exits. And then we'll have a different color for, no, that one's really done. Also, I think my dead end color is going to be yellow because I think it'll stand out more. So this is either a dead end or it isn't. And so Josh's point is this is definitely not a dead end, because if this was a dead end, it would force this to be a dead end. Oh, if there was any fear we weren't spamming X's everywhere, we're definitely spamming X's everywhere. So Josh's point here is this is not a dead end. So I'm going to put an X there. I'm not going to bother, I think, putting X's in cells that already have more than one output. So Eleanor's asking, why do you have 8 straight lines? And the answer is because these two don't count as straight lines yet. These will only be straight lines. So the straight line piece here is a straight line through the entire center of the cell, whereas this is only halfway through the cell. So this and this, one of them is going to have to be a straight line, but they don't both have to be. So I actually only have a count currently of 6 straight lines, because these are only half. It's the way this U-Bahn clue counts. Yep. And so Jay Dyer has a beautiful spot, which is now this can't be a 2 anymore, because if this is a 2, it's a corner, and it looks like that. And that's no good, because now where are my 2 dead ends? And the answer would be my 2 dead ends would be down there, and that's not going to work. I'm actually going to just get rid of the coloring here, because I think the coloring here is going to confuse me. But I am going to color this. This cell is officially a 1 now. This is a dead end. So that means these aren't dead ends, just for star battle-y sorts of reasons. And if this is not a dead end, it must be a corner. Yes, we can do our official digit dance. Wait, sorry, this doesn't have to be a corner. That was wrong. This could also be a T. But it has to take this down. No, it doesn't even have to do that. Never mind. Ignore me. But I'm still going to do my 1 dance. Ba-boop-ba-doo, woo! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wah! Ba-doop-ba-doo, wee! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. We can fill in our 1 there. Okay, so this is definitely a dead end. So that's one of the dead ends. Okay, so this is... so by virtue of being in column 1 and not being a dead end, this cell is either a T, looking like that, or a corner, looking like that or like that. The point is I always have this segment, no matter what of the types that this could be, because all 10 cells are spoken for here, and this is not a dead end, so it's one of these 2, and no matter which of these 2 it is, that green segment's always in. So this is blue as well. Okay, so we've got that. Right, this is not a T, because it tells me so in the clue, Selena's pointing out. So this, what color should we make it when we know a cell is complete? Is there a standard? Is it green? Is that the color we should make it to say that I know there are no more entrances or exits to this cell to be doing things of? Right. This is the one that can't be a T. Yeah, so green is good. Okay. Russ agrees with green. Okay. I was a little worried that green on the green line would be low contrast, but actually I think the green looks quite good going through the green line, so I am happy with that. Okay. So there we go. So we've got a cell that we know is a dead end, and we've got a cell that we know is a straight line. So we're making good progress. Is there a problem if this is the T? I'm just checking to see in the row if that's a problem. Not that I immediately see. Row 2, column 1 is an L. Does it have to be an L, or could it be a T doing that? Is the question. And if it's an L, do I know if it's that L or that L? Is the problem. And unless there's a parity theorem that I'm missing, then we can't do that. Here's an interesting fact I had not noticed. There's 2 pluses in this row. And 2 pluses are going to be hard to fit in this row. Because pluses have this awkward tendency to put upward pointing things, and there aren't very many downward pointing things in this row. In fact, actually, I would have thought there was only going to be 1 downward pointing thing in this row, but there's got to be 2. One of them is that. The other one has to be a dead end, right? Or it could be that this is a corner, maybe. Yeah, like maybe this is going to be an L, but the clue has to be, or the thing we are supposed to look at has to be the fact that this is unexpectedly a 2. Okay. Okay. So, right. Okay. So the question is, how do I get a downward pointing line that's the second downward pointing line? And the point is, I'm only allowed 1 T. That's going to give me one of my downward pointing lines. I certainly am not getting a downward pointing line from a dead end here. This isn't a dead end. And if I put a dead end here, I'm not getting a downward pointing line. And if I put a dead end here, it's not actually even a dead end. So the only way that I'm getting a second plus into this row is to have an L here, I believe. Do people agree with my statement that this has to be an L? In order, because there's just nowhere else that I could fit a second plus in this row. One of the pluses, again, to be clear, is coming from the T. Oh, let's see. Jay is wondering if it could be here. I don't think so, because that would do bad things to this dead end, I think. Oh, there just is no X in column 2, so we don't even have to worry that the X is in column 2. So we don't have to worry about that. I think it would be a problem anyway. But anyway, I think the thing is we actually get that this is an honest corner, as in it really is a corner. This is visited. Okay, and now, because a corner is not spoken for, this cell is visited. Because we now know there's 9 total visited cells. The corner that's uncounted, these 7 and 2 dead ends, so therefore this is visited. And if this is going to be visited, it has to be a dead end, because there's no other way it can be visited, right? Because again, this is complete. Because if this is a T, I've kneecapped my ability to put a second plus here. So this is in fact my other dead end. can do that. We can put a 1 there. Blue this cell. Now we've got all of that. Okay, so so this cell, keeping in mind that these are now not that. So this is not a dead end, so it has a connection. It can't connect only down because of this 0. If it connected only down, that 0 would be wrong. So it always connects this way. Oh, in fact, right. People are pointing out correctly. We literally put this here so that I could put an X here. So I should probably just fill in the X rather than arguing one connection at a time that this has to end up being an X. So we've got all of that. Okay, so that is my 1 plus. Okay, and there are no straight line segments in this row. And so, oh, but this could be a dead end. I think this could be a dead end. Oh, right. Okay, so sorry. I see a great spot from Ilm. I was saying this isn't a straight line from the row. It's also not a corner from the column. So this actually also comes down, making that also be blue. Yeah. So Eleanor, when I mark something in blue, I'm trying to explicitly remind myself I know some of the connections that cell makes, but I don't necessarily know all of them. So when I have a cell marked in blue, I'm trying to remind myself I could still draw more connections into it, is what I'm trying to remember. Because that is what has doomed me in some of my previous U-Bahn escapades, is not making adequate distinction between cells where I know some of the connections and cells where I know all of the connections. Okay. So this is not a corner. And it's not a T. So the thing this is allowed to be is a straight line down. Or a dead end. Oh, right. Okay, so good spot from Selena. Remember, there's 7 full horizontals for the row. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of them. Where's the 7th? The only place it can go is there. Which now finishes off this. Okay, so now this cell can't go up anymore because that's my single dead end and it's done. So this now is a corner for real. I'm now going to get rid of the X's on the cells that have more than one connection already. Because the X's are to remind me that I know something is not a dead end. And so I don't need an X if it already has more than one end, but this, I have an X here to tell me, hey, this thing's connecting somewhere. I just don't know where yet. Now, okay, so Selena's recalling what J40 said earlier about there being an awful lot of horizontal connections between column 1 and column 2, because all 8 of these force 1. That's a 9th. So the question is, do we know there has to be a 10th? Because if there has to be a 10th, we can just sort of flick them everywhere. And so there's some sort of parity argument that tells me that there's 10 and not 9. Is that right? Yes. So it's a question of corners. So it's a question of if there's a vertical dead end. Okay, this is a good way to put it. If there's a vertical dead end, just imagine that this is a vertical dead end going to here. Well, what am I doing with the rest of the column? Well, I've got now 6 total corners, except what is this cell going to be? Well, it could be a corner, but then that throws off my corner parity. because the corners are sort of pairing up to end things. Or it could be a T, but that doesn't fix the fact. Sorry, I'm not quite articulating. I'm not quite understanding exactly how this works with the T's and how the T's screw up or don't screw up this stuff with the corners. I don't think I have a quite good articulate, or I don't have a way of understanding this in my head yet. So I don't yet understand exactly what people are arguing. I am grasping at it, but not quite fully there. I guess the point is, every time I put a corner into this row, I need another corner to end that string somewhere. Or a dead end. That's the only other way I can do it. But there's an even number of corners, and there's only one dead end left. So therefore, that dead end can't be vertical, or you throw off the parity. Okay, there we go. So the point of that is that actually... No, not that. The point of that is that actually, therefore, regardless of where the dead end is, it goes between columns 1 and 2, and so we get all of these many things. That's cool. Okay, so this 0 looks at this cell telling me it's not a T, and so therefore this is done. Like that. Are there any other places where I know... Oh, well, that's done. Oh, so this could still be a 1. So this is a 1 or a 2. I don't know which yet. Let's see. Eleanor is asking why I can't have a T in column 8 and 9. I think I can have a T in column 8 and 9. Well, I can't have a T in column 8 because there's a 0 clue. But I don't have anything against there being a T in column 9. Row 2, column 9 and 10. Oh, right. People pointing out I can definitely green the 4-way intersection. Because it is a 4-way intersection. And if it's a 4-way intersection, I can't possibly add more to it. And this is a 3-way intersection on the border. So it's definitely also green. No problems there. This can't become a T, so this is also green. So there's some more greening that I can definitely do to make life better. And yeah, I'm definitely not assuming any of these things aren't a T. In fact, I know there are 2 T's in this column somewhere. Row 1, column 2. Why can't this be a plus? I'm allowed to have a loop, right? I'm allowed to have a little loop. I think it could be a plus. Unless there's a different clue that would break. Oh. Yes, there's a different clue that would break. Yes, okay. So yes, so this is green. There we go. Yep. I was like, no, that's the Berlin rules that you can't have a loop. That's not in U-Bahn. But no. There's literally a 0 up there. Yes, agree, because the only T that's in row 1 has to contribute to the second plus that is here. So got it. Okay, so this is not going to be a straight line, and it's by the row. It's not a 4-way, so it's not a straight line. It's not a 4-way. I think that means it always comes down because it's not a dead end either. So I think my point is I think this has to come down because if these don't connect, it doesn't connect up either. It then has to be a dead end, which is not allowed because it touches a dead end, and it can't connect over because then it would be a line. So this always connects down, is the point that I am attempting to communicate. And yeah, Eleanor, that's the point, is that T's still need corners to wrap up the sort of the horizontal or in this case, vertical streak. Hey, Doomed Yacht. Hope you're doing well. Row 3, column 2 is green now. That's a very, very smart observation. The row says it's not a 3-way. The column says it's not a 4-way. It's already at 2, so it can't have any more possibly. That's very cute. Okay, so this had better have more. Because if this doesn't have more, then this is an isolated loop, and it's not allowed to connect up, so this definitely connects to the right. And now this is green. That was adorable. So this is blue. Okay. Do I know this is a corner? No, because this is still allowed to be. It's a sigma. It is absolutely a sigma. I finally realized very recently that the reason, and this is going to be a niche reference, so apologies, but whenever people talk about elements of symmetric groups, they denote them by sigma and tau rather than x and y or some other things. And I just always just taken for granted that, of course, you just use some random Greek letter, but it's because symmetric group starts with S and sigma is a Greek letter S, so you uncreatively choose a letter S for the element of the S thing. That was a very recent thing I put together. Okay. So J40 was doing some smart, odd, even parity business in column 1 that I'm not sure I'm quite prepared for yet. But so, for example, saying this can't be the dead end, because if this was a dead end, it would make this a dead end, and that's not going to work. So this is definitely not a dead end. Is one of the consequences of that. And row 9, column 1, right, if this was a dead end, it would make that a dead end, and that's not allowed either. So neither of these. Okay, so this is not as fancy. Do I also get that for this? I think that one was the one that sounded fancy to me. But maybe I don't get it for that one. Let's see. I do know there's 0 3-ways. Okay, Jay took that one back. Okay. When you said that, I was like, oh, there's got to be some really fancy thing going on here. I don't know if my brain's quite ready for it yet. But these two were actually, as soon as I sort of like looked at them one by one, was like, okay, I get what's happening here. All right. I've got 2 straight line pieces here. I've got 2 corners in this row. 4 corners down here. None of that is interesting yet. I'm just looking at a lot of the deductions, like the like naked singles of U-Bahn, are places where you have a 0 clue pointing at something, or the worse version, places where you have a clue pointing at something where you actually have all of them already. Like a 2 clue in a row that already has 2 corners or something like that. And so that's why I'm sort of scanning the zeros, is to see if I see something along those lines. Let's see. Can I? No, I cannot mark that. Row 2, column 8 is now interesting. Okay, so row 2, column 8 can't be a straight line by the row. So it can't only connect left. But by the column, it can't connect both left and down. And so because of the green above it, Selena's point is actually this just can't connect left at all. So I'm going to use the Russ-approved little x to say that this definitely doesn't connect left. So this either is a dead end or it's a corner. I think those are the 2 options for this cell. Now, if this can't connect, oh, never mind. If that connection can't be made, it tells me that this isn't a T. Because if this was a T, remember, that would force this plus here, and that would crisscross the X. So this blue is actually green. So we've got that. Okay. So Paul Fly pointing out we can do a very similar deduction here. If this cell connects left, it has to also connect down because this column has no corners. But now it's a T, and that's a problem because that cell's not a T by the row. Okay. So this just can't connect left. Agree. Now, does that not being able to connect left tell me anything more about this cell? Let's see if this connects. So this can't connect only this direction. Oh, this just can't connect this direction at all, right? If this connects this direction, now that's a problem. If this connects down, now it either connects left here or it doesn't, and both are bad. Because if it connects left... Oh, never mind. Sorry, there's 2 in this row. Somehow in my brain I turned that to a 0. Turning that to a 0 was not going to be super useful. Okay, so Garion with the star battle spot. Imagine a world where neither of these is a dead end. Then I have to fit 4 total dead ends in these cells. But that's a problem because every 2x2 has at most 1 dead end. Because if I try and put 2 dead ends in a 2x2, they touch orthogonally or diagonally. So if I imagine a world where neither of these is a star, then I now have a maximum of 3 stars in these 2 rows, but I need 4. So Garion's point is one of these is definitely a star, and therefore neither of these is a star. And so one of these is always a dead end. That is very cool. Let's see. So these are, and now keep in mind, I don't know that these cells are visited. Although every cell so far marked is visited, not every cell in the grid needs to be visited. But if they're visited, they're super visited. Are there any of these that I now know just... No, I don't think I know anything. Let's see. If this was visited, it's not a corner. So if this is visited at all, it's a T. Right? Or a straight line, I guess. It could be a straight line. Yeah, I don't know. Let's see. Okay, Eleanor with a nice point. This definitely isn't a dead end, because if this was a dead end, keep in mind this green means this is done. So if this is a dead end, this is a disconnected component. So Eleanor pointing out I can immediately X this cell just by connectedness, and then I can interrogate what this cell is allowed to be. So it doesn't have 1 exit. And so it has at least a second exit, and the second exit can't only be this one, because that would make this a straight line. But it could, I think, only be that one or be these 2. But this definitely connects. Okay, so beautiful spot to J40. How am I fitting this straight line in column 10? And the point is, in order to fit the straight line in column 10, it's definitely vertical. And it needs to have end caps to sort of make those either dead ends, of which I get 2, or corners, but I don't get any. So the straight line actually, if I follow it far enough in each direction, needs to land in a dead end because there aren't any corners. In fact, actually, if I'd have thought about, if I was a U-Bahn expert, this 0 might have originally been the thing that made me go, that's weird, because you shouldn't be able to have 0 corners in a column of a U-Bahn puzzle. Typically, you need corners, or just this, like in a regular U-Bahn puzzle, this would just tell you this whole column doesn't get visited at all. If this were a 0. So this combo of clues would be impossible without my 2 dead ends. And so in particular, the straight line needs the dead end. Yeah, on the edge, right. We're using heavily here in J40's argument and in my sort of generalization as I'm trying to internalize things about U-Bahn that I should think about. We're using heavily here this fact that this is the edge, right? So in particular, J40's gorgeous spot, and this is just beautiful setting, is that this straight piece, wherever it is in the column, it needs to be bounded by the dead end. And so the point from J40 is this can't be the dead end because then it's definitely not putting both dead ends on the boundary. So this isn't the dead end, and therefore this is by Garian's argument earlier. So this is my dead end. Therefore, this is not a dead end because it touches a dead end. And so it can only go down. This is now visited. Down here. Okay, so that was all well and good. So this is now not a dead end, and so it only has one thing it can be now that it's not a dead end, because it's not a dead end because it touches a dead end diagonally. And it can't go up, it can't go left, so it has to go down, and then it's done. So we can green that cell. Bye now. This cell is blue at least. Okay. This cell, if it's visited, I guess I don't know too much about it. This cell is not a this cell is double, not a 3-way. Both by the row and column, this cell is not a 3-way. And it's, of course, it's not a 4-way either. By the way, this cell is green. While I am trying to continue my journey of understanding what things are green. So this is not a 3-way and it's not a 4-way, so it's a 2-way. So it's either going vertically or it's cornering here. I don't know which one it is. Let's see, Paulfly says this has to be a dead end now. Is this a count where the dead ends can go in this row trick? Okay. So I think Paulfly's point is there have to be 3 stars in this space, and therefore there's definitely a star in one of these 2. I'll denote, or I'll put a yellow line there to say that. Right, and so there's definitely a star in one of these 2, and there's definitely a star in one of these 2. And just to go over that again, now that I have it notated, I have to put 3 stars in here. I get at most 4 stars in these cells, so therefore one of these is a star. Okay, so now I say, okay, now I need at least 2 stars in here, but these can't be stars because there's a star there. This is so many million times better than doing this in Penpa Myxo. It's not even close. So therefore now I need a star here, and then that sort of chases this over to here. So now one of these is. Except now this is marked as not being a star. And so therefore this must be a star because I said one of these 2 is a star and it's not that one. So we can get rid of the yellow line here. This is my thing. And that actually gets me all the dead ends for this row. So funnily enough, that tells me that neither of these is a dead end, which tells me that in fact, both of these are dead ends. And so that is quite large. So now we've got dead ends all over the place. So in particular, that's going to get me a blue here, or sorry, a green here, because if this is a dead end, it's not a four-way intersection. That's the theorem I'm using. Dead ends aren't four-way intersections, so therefore that is green. That was a very good spot to Paul fly, by the way. So now we've got all the dead ends in the first three rows. To do that, let's see. This seems to still be able to be my four-way. This seems to still be able to be my four-way. That, I think, is the most likely one to end up being my four-way, but who knows? Okay. Okay, so Josh is claiming this can't not connect down. If this doesn't connect down, what's it going to be? Well, it can't be a horizontal line. It certainly can't be a dead end. And it can't connect up either, because if it doesn't connect down, it doesn't connect up. And so, yeah, so maybe the most elegant way to phrase Josh's point is, if this doesn't connect down, it doesn't connect up. It doesn't dead end, so it connects right, but then that also would break. So the whole universe of this not connecting down just doesn't work. So so this, in fact, does connect down. But now this has to connect more than that. Because if this doesn't connect more than that, I have an isolated part of my whole thing. So that's not allowed. And so this has to connect more. In particular, if it connects up, it definitely connects right anyway. So it always connects right, regardless of anything else that it does or doesn't do. So we can sort of continue to extend Josh's point here. I'm looking for relevant zeros that are telling me that it doesn't do something or other. If this connects right, it also connects up and down because of the... Maybe not quite. Not sure. Let's see. Trying to decide if I think this just goes up or not. But I do not know if this just goes up or not. I don't think. Oh, it's a good spot from Selena that I had not yet really been thinking about, which is that row 3 also needs 2 pluses, and so far it has none, and there's not a whole lot of spots left in row 3, because we know none of those 5 are pluses, so 2 of these 5 are pluses. It's definitely not that one, and it's definitely not that one, because those aren't allowed to connect left and right, so 2 of these 3 cells are actually pluses. Now, the question is, do I know anything about which 2 of these 3 are pluses? Because these are the only ones that can be pluses. Let's see. I don't know if it's a problem if this is a plus, unfortunately. This just needs to connect somewhere. I feel like there's probably a uniqueness argument here, but I don't want to use a uniqueness argument if I can avoid it. Row 2, column 6 definitely isn't a plus. Are you saying there is not a possible uniqueness argument, or are you saying you don't intend a uniqueness argument? Because I'm sure you don't intend a uniqueness argument. Let's see. I'm going to take a real quick break. I'll be back in just a moment. Alrighty, let us continue our adventure. Not to impinge upon Rank's branding. There aren't a lot of spots that can be the dead end in this row, I am noticing. So this really wants to be a dead end, because if it's not, these two have to be a dead end. Which seems... I mean, it seems possible for the moment that, like, maybe this is the plus and this is the plus, and then it sort of, like, connects through here and everything is okay. Okay, this cell always connects down, right? Oh, no, sorry. This cell, I think, always connects down. Because if this cell doesn't connect down, then it doesn't connect up. And then it only connects right, but then that breaks this. So this cell always connects down. In fact, I think Paul Fly tried to tell me that right before I took a break. Now that I realize this. So we've got that going down there. Now that still doesn't quite tell me what's happening with this. Let's see. Paul Fly says row 4, column 10 is resolvable. Because this is not a dead end. And it's not a line. So it has to be a T. Yep. So yeah, so Paul Fly's point is this is not a dead end because it's too close to a dead end. And it's not a line from this. So it always connects here, at least. Could still be a corner, right? No, there's no corners either. Right. It's not a line. It's not a corner. It is not a dead end. It must be a T. Okay. That is the point. So these are both blue. I can get rid of that X. Right. Ambrose is pointing out, I know 2 of these 3 cells are pluses. And the fact that I know 2 of these 3 cells are pluses tells me that, for example, I better have horizontal lines connecting all of these, because no matter which of these 2 is a plus, this connection's always made, and no matter which of these 2 is a plus, that's always made. So I always get some horizontal lines through here, I believe. I like that spot from... Oh, it was Josh who spotted row 2, column 4 earlier. The T is green. Agree. Okay, this needs some more stuff, but I don't... It's not a T. So this connects to more than one thing, but it's not a T, so it doesn't connect to 3 things. So let's see. So I think we should center mark this cell. So this cell doesn't connect to one thing, and it doesn't connect to 3 things, and doesn't connect to 4 things. So this cell, in fact, definitely connects to exactly 2 things. So this cell is either a corner or a straight line. Those are the only options. Just by exhaustion. So it either connects down or connects across. Okay. So smart spot from Jay that I think was explained earlier, but I didn't understand it. I can't make neither of these the plus in this row, because 2 of these 3 are pluses. One of these is a plus, so therefore one of them connects up. And so therefore this cell is never the plus for this row, because this cell being a plus would connect to both of these. These only get one connection. So what that says is this doesn't connect down. So the plus is actually in one of these places. So we've got that. Okay. Do we know this is unvisited now? I don't think so. I think this can still be visited by a plus here in the middle, and then I think the other plus can take care of it and have a corner in there or whatever. I think it's probably okay. Only just, though. So this plus, if I make this the plus for row 2, it does nothing. If I make this the plus for row 2, it connects out this. So we've got that. Would be a corner, right? This would be a corner. If this cell is visited, it's a corner. Is what I think is happening. I mean, row 2, column 6 is never a T. That's not up for discussion. Because if it's a T, it connects to one of these, and it connects to both of these, and it can't connect to both of these, so that's not possible. So if this is anything, it's a corner is my contention, but it might be nothing. So if people want, I can center mark it. It's 0 or 2 for its number of connections. This column is getting a little tight for dead ends. I still need 2 of them. I've placed 0. Likewise, this column, but not quite restricted enough that I feel that I'm getting super pinched yet. Okay, let's see. J says if row 2, column 5 connects left. Let me just put this in bifurcation vision. If row 2, column 5 connects left, then my pluses for this row are these 2. And so now the problem is now this is a dead end because it can't connect anywhere. Because now this can't connect left or right. So I agree this doesn't connect left. And so if this doesn't connect left, that means that it's done. And this is done. And this now is my plus, and these are both done. Okay. So now this dead end either connects down or connects across and down. I don't quite that. So I've got all my pluses now. Yeah, so this is so yeah, this is still either unvisited if my pluses do this, or visited if this is a plus and then this just corners its way into one of those. I don't think I know exactly what is going to work yet. Let's see. Josh wants to know if we can prove this can't be a plus. I don't think so, but maybe. Yeah, column 4. That's fascinating. Okay, so Selena points out that in column 4, we have our one corner. So yeah, if we want to mark that off, we've got our one corner in this column. So this is now effectively a 0. Likewise, if I want to try and do it, I can say, okay, I've got that. Of course, this whole row is done, so I've got all of those. I've got that just to try and keep track of what's happening, because that's going to be increasingly relevant as the years pass by into months. Okay, so Ilm is pointing out that this one is very relevant for row 3, column 4, because now the point is this can't connect only right, and it can't not connect further, so it always connects down. But also, by the row, it's not a three-way, so in fact, actually, that is its entire life, is that it connects down, and so this doesn't. And so therefore, this now is not the four-way intersection. So now the four-way intersections are these two, not that, these two. Now the one has to connect to this, because otherwise this would become an illegal dead end. So that is green. These two, of course, are green. That is orange, because now I have my two things. This must be a corner, because it's not going to be a dead end. And therefore it turns down, making this blue and this now green, I believe. Let's see. People are saying row 3, column 8 now. Right. It's not a three-way. It's certainly not a four-way, so it's done. It is a corner. Okay. I can blue these. Okay, and so now I still have to remember, I still need 2 stars in this cluster of cells. Which is not that many cells. Maybe I should do something with the parity of this 3 and the rows, because I know everything that's coming down here, so I can probably do parity math, because basically this is now an edge, because I know everything that's coming down, and so I could probably do parity math, but chat is going to oh, I haven't blued this, right? That's all blue. So chat will probably tell me if there's something interesting to get out of that. Let's see. But it's ultimately, the point is I'm going to know how many of them are horizontal and how many of the dead ends are horizontal and vertical from looking at the math in this. Let's see. I just don't know if it's relevant yet. Let's see. This is going to be a straight line. There's 2 straight lines, and I don't have. Well, this one could be one of them. Let's see. Okay, I guess I need to do this math because it's going to tell me that these aren't both stops. Because if they are, they're both vertical, and probably that's the wrong parity. That's my guess. Okay, so I have to think about how many ways there are to end horizontal streaks in this row. Because horizontal streaks in this row have to end in either a dead end that's in either a horizontal dead end or or some sort of cornery up downy business. Oh, I'm going to find out they must both be stops. Is it going to turn out that if they must both be stops, that also, I'm happy with that too. I'll be honest. That actually is even better. The parity says the dead ends point the same way. So actually these have to be it, because if this was a dead end, it would be horizontal. So it's better. I didn't think I was going to be so lucky that it was going to work out the nice way, but it's better for it to turn out this way. Because I'm using, in terms of ways to handle that, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. I've got 4 total links coming in from above. So that's an even number, so it might as well be 0. And so this just works exactly like an edge. It's not opposite parity of an edge. And so I need an even number of ways to handle things. And so these two together handle an even number of them. And so I need to handle an even number more of them. And that means they have to, as Jay puts it, they have to point the same way. And so it has to be these two, because this one points horizontally and none of these could point horizontally. So these are both dead ends. Oops, sorry. They're ones. So this is not a dead end anymore. So we have that. And this is done. Is being pointed out by Myxo that actually the argument had absolutely... I at no point in the argument needed to even think about the number of verticals coming in from above. It's just a matter of how many ups and downs there are out of the row. I think I believe that. And Glum Hippo makes a donation. Strike the leam. I'm trying to figure out what a leam is, but I will try my best. But thank you very much for your donation. Let's get you a donation dance. Woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. Much appreciated. And thank you, Glum Hippo. Greatly appreciated. And yes, do please like the stream if you have not yet done so. It greatly helps us, and we greatly appreciate it. I'm going to fill in all of my X's that reach way into the grid, and I'll slowly remove them, maybe, possibly, as we think about this. But the reason for that is that now, suddenly, this row is very congested with where its dead ends can possibly be. Okay. Row 5. Oh, right. This is also not a dead end. Thank you. I don't know why that one got missed, but it did. Okay. Right. This column still needs to have 2 3-ways. Get rid of that. Row 4, column 6. Right. Okay. So Isabella has a beautiful spot. This cell can't be a dead end, so it has to go somewhere, but it's stuck between 2 dead ends that are done. And so we can draw this down. In fact, actually, once the station is done, I'm going to put a little circle for the station. Just so that we can see where our stations are that are complete. So this goes down like that. Row 5, column 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Not a dead end by black magic, I am being told. Let's see. There's 7 corners in this row. I'm surprised that wasn't the title of the puzzle, Glum Hippo. Let's see. Okay, so what are we doing now with our lives? So I continue to know that this is that this has 2 links exactly. Okay. So Isabella is using my notation to help. Namely, Isabella is telling me that I've already used the corner in column 4, so this can't be a corner. And therefore, this can't only turn that way, but it has to go somewhere, and therefore it always goes down. Agree. It could still be the only T. No, it can't be the only T in this row, because we've already used the only T in this row. I just didn't mark it. So this isn't a T either. So this is actually done. So that's great. Got us another green cell. How many corners do I have in this row? 1 so far of 3. Not so helpful. If I'm being completely honest. Okay, if this is anything, it's a corner. So this is ye old 0 or 2. So if this is a 2, then it's a 2 that then strings into another 2. But I guess what I'm saying is one of these 2 is always a corner. Because if this is not a corner, then this is. But I don't think that's at all useful. I guess the only possible conclusion I can get out of that. Oh, I don't even get any conclusion out of it because it's not even all the corners. I was thinking, so at least I know I've got all the, but no, I don't know anything. This cell's done. Because it doesn't have anywhere else it could go. So that's technically something. Okay, so J40 pointing out that in row 5, actually, I know one of these 2 is a dead end, and I know one of these 2 is a dead end. Because this is not a dead end, visibly. And so by basically like star battly woobly woo, we know that one of these 2 is a dead end and one of these 2 is a dead end. And therefore, I know that neither of these is ever a dead end, and neither of these is ever a dead end. For what it's worth. Minimal amount, we'll say. Now, if that's not a dead end, now we've got a bunch of dead ends down here. I don't know if that's an instant problem or not. Might be, might not be. I'm not sure. Let's see. Does this inform anything? I'm trying to decide, like, if this is a dead end, this cell's just not visited. Is that a problem? So if this is a dead end, this just becomes a corner. Maybe like feeds into this or something. I don't quite see it. So I guess the 3 in this row is telling me that this either turns down here or turns down there for the third one. Because this one now is either turning down here or it's turning down over there. So this either turns down now or turns down there. If it turns down now, does that make a problem with the fact that now this has to be a dead end? I don't think so. Row 5, column 4 has to be the 10th line cell in the row. Okay, so you're saying that this can't possibly be a corner, right? Gorgeous, right? This cell can't be a corner because the column again has done. This feels like way more like a Sudoku than any of the U-Bahn puzzles I've ever done. Because this is all. This puzzle is like very sort of like the scanning element feels really big here because there's a clue that tells me exactly what I want to know, which is that this just can't be a corner, whereas this row has 7 corners, 2 dead ends. Well, apparently it has 7 corners, 2 dead ends in this cell because this cell's not a corner. So therefore, what we know is that every cell in this row is visited because this is not a corner. And if it's not a corner, then it is a 2, 3, or 4 in terms of what it has to be. So does that mean it has to connect down, or could it be left to right? Could maybe be left to right. But as being pointed out by J40, what that tells me is all the other X's are corners. And so all the other X's immediately in the row, because they're corners, I don't know whether they go left or right, but I know that they go up and... Oh, I don't know about that one. Sorry, I was going to fill in that one. Right. They have a vertical streak, and in particular, the vertical piece of these can't go up, so it has to go down. And so we get some more bluing. Well, this is a dead end or it's a corner. Isn't that just another way of telling me that one of these is a dead end? But I already knew that. Oh, that does it. So Garian makes my life easier. I think there's a more geometric way of doing this, but this way is much easier than the more geometric way, which is that in this column, there are no more corners, so this can't be a corner. But the only things left in this row after we have this weirdo cell are corners and dead ends, and so therefore this is a dead end. Okay, so that's my one. I can get rid of this orange here to mark that one of those is a corner. I guess I'll mark that. Yeah, I'm going to get rid of that X. We're going to slowly work on cleaning up the X's, but I worry I'm still going to think enough about this that I kind of want to figure this out. Okay, and now per earlier notes, now there's no way if I visit any of column 10, there's no way not to break it. So the entire rest of this column is just not visited at all, is Isabella's point, and that's gorgeous. Per our earlier discussion, right? As soon as we knew where the dead end was, we knew that was the end of the column. So no more visitations anywhere of any sort in this column. Okay, which is going to put some pressure on where my dead ends are in some of the rows eventually. Because effectively it also means I guess I can do this because there's no harm. I'm not going to want to write anything else there. It means none of those are ever getting visited. Right. J40 also pointing out this cell now has to be a corner because, again, I only get one oddball in this entire row, and we know where the oddball is. This is the oddball in the row. So, therefore, this is a normie for the row, and the culture of this row is to be very cornery. So, that one is definitely a corner. Okay, so... almost, but not quite gets me somewhere. Let's see. The subscribers are getting their money's worth, Lakia. Let's see. Okay, so this, I mean, isn't creating a tiny loop allowable? If this is a corner, it would create a tiny loop, but I'm allowed to have a tiny loop, aren't I? Hey, Naverio, how are you doing? I will say this feels very un-U-Bahn-y to me, but in a good way. This puzzle, like the fact that this feels more Sudoku-y than most U-Bahns and less use global theorems about geometry makes me like this puzzle more than I like most U-Bahn-y puzzles. It would be a tiny loop that doesn't connect, because this wouldn't be a T. Keep in mind, this X doesn't mean there's no connection here. This X just means one of these two is a dead end. So don't assume this X means there's no connection here if that's part of your proof. Row 4, column 2, and row 5, column 2 are not T's. I know that one's not a T. Oh, right. This one's not a T because of the row, because of the culture of the row. So this is not a T, and this isn't a T because that cell's orange, so I don't have to think about it anymore. So this cell's not a T. And so the point is, if I connect down, then actually by force, this is a corner and that's a corner, and neither of them's allowed to connect anywhere. So, okay, so I finally understand this. The point is this can't connect down because the combination of that and this row would force this to be a loop. And the thing about it that's a loop that's a problem is it's a loop that doesn't connect anywhere because of separate arguments about both of these. And therefore, if that's the case, this definitely connects over like that. This is not a dead end. There's only one way it can possibly connect, so it definitely connects down. This cell's definitely green now because it's not allowed to connect down, so I can get rid of that X just so I don't confuse myself. This cell is certainly an X because there's nowhere else it could, or sorry, certainly green, so there's nowhere else I have to worry about it connecting. I don't think I need to mark these as X's anymore. Let's see. Row 5, column 9 is an L, Selena points out, which guarantees me that it connects this direction, because it needs to connect horizontally in some direction, and it's not connecting horizontally into my completed station. So we have this horizontally bit here. Now, unfortunately, both of these could just turn up, right? In fact, actually... All right. Both of these are corners. So here's the point. Both of these are corners, and therefore I can't connect these like this. But both of these are corners, and therefore they connect like this. But now, because they're corners, they're done. This is a corner. And again, the reason I know it's a corner is because this is the weirdo that I'm not counting. So therefore, this is the corner. Genius job, Selena, spotting that. That was very cool. Okay, so we've got all of that happening. Okay, and now this, remember, is specifically not a corner. So it's no longer a 2. This is a 3 or a 4. So I don't So it definitely connects either to the left or down. I don't know. I don't know how to use that, but it's true. It could do both. Left or down. Probably the answer is now one of these being a station breaks immediately in some capacity that I haven't appreciated yet. Let's see. Do I know anything about these cells that are now touched? So I know there's a bunch of corners in this column. So far, I only have one of them, so I need 3 more. In this column, there's 3 corners. I have 2 of them. Not super useful. It's very disappointing when you have -1 of one of them. Okay. So there's more star battlage going on, and it's the same star battlage we had earlier, Selena's pointing out. So I still need, in columns 8 and 9, 3 more stars. Remember, I know none of this nonsense is a star. So that means I can put I can put 2 stars in there. So the 3rd star has to be in one of these 2 cells. But now I can put at most 2 stars in here. I can put at most 2 stars in here. So one of these has to be a star, but it can't be those. So there's a star here and a star here is the ultimate point. Just by marching the 2x2s across, you get this. One of these is a star, one of these is a star, and one of these is a star. And that's super helpful because this one's an X. So that cell is the star in that one of these has to be a star story. I don't think that story is going to become a major motion picture anytime soon. But hey, there we go. So here is a random star out of nowhere. It's now really putting pressure on this row. Makes this really want to be a star, but we're not quite there yet. But oh boy, we're definitely we're getting there. Can I do exactly the same thing in these 2 columns and get like a Z-wing on stars? I might be able to, because oh no, because I don't know if that's a star. I bet that's going to have to be a star because I don't like the look of it if I don't put a star here and repeat the same argument down here. Because if I don't put a star here, then one of those 2 is a star, one of those 2 is a star, and one of those 2 is a star. And now I've got all my stars in all of those rows. I'm trying to see immediately if that immediately breaks something. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing that it immediately breaks anything, which makes me sad. Because it looks like it should break something. That seems like it should be too restrictive, but we cannot do that. Breaks row 9, but don't go there. So let's see. Dyer is saying row 7 and 9 of column 3. Now I've got to count. I think that's 7 and 9 of column 3. Aren't stars for column 4's sake, because column 4... right. Column 4 needs 2 stars in these 5. And so if you make that a star or make that a star, then you wipe out the ability to put 2 stars in the column at all. I agree with that. So that's definitely not a star. That's definitely not a star. Let's see. I did X row 9, right? Row 9, column 4. Oh, sorry. That's the thing that I'm being encouraged to do. I didn't put X's there. Oh, does that immediately break the thing that I said before about looking at stars in places and stuff? This is now definitely not a star because it would break my ability to put stars into this column. Okay, and so that just places the 2 stars in row this one. because now in row this one, these are the only two cells that can be stars. Okay, this was easier than the way that uh-oh, someone said something's wrong. What was wrong? Was my claiming that this couldn't be a star wrong? Oh, because there's a star up there. I was thinking I had to put 2 stars in here, but there's already a star up there. Yes, Ambrose correctly identifies the thing that Zeta screwed up, which is that there's already a star in column 3, and I wanted to put 2 more. I wanted to put 2 more. Okay. So we've got that. Okay, so I want to go back to that thing I had where I had these, and I was hypothesizing whether it was really possible that all the stars in these 2 columns were here, because it was going to force a star in each of these, and I was trying to figure out if that was going to break. But I still don't immediately see that it breaks. Right. The point is, okay, so now I can flavor this the other way. One of these 2 has to be a star because there's only 3 places for stars in the row, and either way breaks both of those being stars. And that proves in a roundabout way that this has to be a star. That I don't think is the way I was looking for, but will do. So we've just sort of ruled out all the stars here. So we get that that is a star. This now isn't a star, so it can only connect down and become a corner. Now this can't be a 3, now this can't be a 4 anymore. So now this is a 3 because it's not allowed to connect left. So now, now this looks like this. This is blue. So we've got all of that. We still got some star stuff going on over there or some stuff going on over there that I can look at in a moment. Okay, and so now the thing that people want me to do is to look at this where there have to be 3 stars, and so it's the same shape, so we get that one of each of these pairs has to be a star, and in particular, that one has to be. And it's already done, so we can give it its station. Therefore, this is a corner, because it's not a dead end. And as soon as this is a corner, it's green. Okay, and so now in this column, I still need 2 more stars, and they need to go in these 3 cells. And so, therefore, they go here and here. Oops. 1s. There we go. By magic. Okay, so now I think I can get rid of X's out of columns 1, 2, and 3, because I have all of the stars in columns 1, 2, and 3. And 2 of these even have their station complete, so we can station complete those. This isn't a dead end, so it has to go straight through. So that is blue. This is not a dead end, so it has to be a corner, like that. And so, of course, it's done. And now I do need 2 T's in this column. Oh, and there's only 2 places for them. Namely, it's there and there. So I have to connect these in order that I have 2 T's in the column. And now we, of course, are done the column. And so hopefully we can do a quick check. We have 2 T's. Yes. We have 6 corners. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. We've got there and there. Voila. Okay, so, and this line is certainly done. Voila. So, do I know anything about this cell? Well, I know it's not done, because if it was done, I would have completely greened the entire world around it. So this definitely is a 3. It's just a question of which 3 it is, because I can't have a bola of things. Oh, people are encouraging me to do Sudoku on dead ends, which is probably a good idea. So where do the 2 dead ends go in this column? Not here or here, because we have a Z-wing on dead ends between there and there and there and there. So these aren't it. And that's not it. So just by Sudoku, they go here and here. And now in this column, I've got to place them in places that aren't there, there, or there. So it is here and here. And now we've just got a little Z-wing left on these. So I can get rid of all the rest of the X's, because all the rest of them we have. Oops, there we go. Okay, so we've got all of that. Okay, so this is, again, I'm just going to mark for my sanity as a 2 or a 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's see. Selena says something interesting is happening in this column. And presumably the interesting thing involves that 4, which has got to go here or here. And so I think the thing Selena wants me to mark is that this 1 doesn't connect horizontally at all. Because wherever the 4 goes, it definitely connects to this. Oh, it can't go there. That cell's green. So it goes there. Never mind. Okay. Selena had a much less complicated point than I was originally trying to make it out to be. But anyway, this dead end gets its station. Yes, you cannot breach a green wall. That is what makes a green wall green, or something. Okay, so now if this is anything, it's a giant straight line going through here. That's the only option. Let's see, I can orange that. Let's see, there's 1, 2 corners. There's 1 more corner in this entire column. Yep. Don't quite know what to do with that. I'm just trying to count real quick. I need another 4 somewhere in this column. It certainly can't go there. I think it could go there, or there, or there. So I think it's one of those 3. So I think all 3 of those, regardless of which of these 3 is the 4, I think they all give me... Oh, maybe that's not true. They all give me that this cell's visited. Oh, and this can't be the 4, because that would make a second connection to my dead end. So in fact, actually, I think it's only there or there, I think. Okay, so Rebea wants me to look at row 5. That's row 4. This is row 5. So these I know are both corners. Unfortunately, I feel like it works that way. And I feel like it works that way. I feel like both of those are valid. One of those must break a clue in some other row or something. Because I feel like there's 2 different ways I can visualize that work equally well for this, which is either that cell's unvisited and it just does that, or this winds around like that. Maybe I'm ultimately going to be told by whether it needs to visit this 1 or not. But I don't know. Okay, so let's look at row 9, column 3 per Garian's point. So Garian's point is if this is the 4, so if we get a plus here, then within row 10, you would get a straight line segment. Very clever. Okay, so let me just draw this in so I can see this, but just so that you can see what's going on here. Garian's point is if this is the plus, now what does this loop end do? It's not a dead end, so it does that. But that has created an inappropriate cloister. So therefore, that's not where my 4-way is. And therefore, if I look at where my 4-way has to be, it actually has to be here. Very nice spotting to Garian there. So now you get your station. Okay, so now it must break something if I connect this way or this way. What does it break? Because otherwise this wouldn't be unique. So it breaks one of those. The 4-way is greenable. Agree. It probably breaks the fact that there's only 2 3-ways in this column, which I don't know yet. And so I don't think I don't think there's anything I can do about it. I think I'll know once I know what happens down here. So I don't think it's profitable to think about at the moment. Okay. Isabella's pointing out something about row 8. That's not row 8. This is row 8. So Isabella's point is that we need 2 corners and 3 straights. And so far, we have none of any of that. So certainly that's a minimum of 7 things, because we need those in 2 corners. That cell's unvisited, so we're up to 8. That sells a 4-way, and that way sells a 3-way. That's up to 10. So that is Isabella's way of arguing that actually we've accounted for all 10 cells in the row. These are all visited. That one's not, but we already proved that one wasn't. Okay. So Selena has another spot using this. This orange 1 has done so much in the puzzle. Selena's spot is that this orange 1 tells me that this isn't a corner and it's not a dead end either, so it's got to do that. Or we have rued the day, as they say, or something. Okay, this is visited. It's got to be... Oh, no, it doesn't have to be anything in particular. So it depends on whether this is how that 1 gets visited or not. To figure that out. Let's see. Okay, so... So Isabella's looking at what this can be, granted that it's not a corner. So it has to be visited, and it can't only do it this way. And so, because that would put a second corner. So therefore, the visit in this column always goes all the way across, and maybe also goes down through some sort of T. But I think we get that always, is, I think, Isabella's point. Which I like. Okay. Yes, that the column 4 corner clue is definitely today's MVP. Right. Okay, so Myxo's pointing out that by Isabella's math, we actually know that it's complete because, again, there are 9 total cells. 1 of them is gone. sorry, there are 10 total cells, but one of them is gone. So 9 total. 2 of them are traffic jams. There's these 3 too, and then all of them are spoken for between these. So that means that these 2 in particular are both done. This cell now needs to not be a dead end, so it can only go down. Oh, no, sorry, that's not true. Sorry, I'm going to lie, or I'm lying. This cell could also just cut across. Sorry, this does not have its station yet. Never mind. But this one got its station. Okay. The T in row 3, column 8 is your MVP. Row 3, column 8. Do we know that this is a T? Oh, then the fact that this isn't a T. Straight lines in row 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we need 2 straight lines in row 6 that could be horizontal or vertical. But the following cells I know are not straight lines. So I need 2 straight lines. This one can't be a straight line either. So the 2 straight lines in row 6 are these 2, and they have to both be... Oh, well, this one has to be vertical. Making that blue, that green. And this one has to be vertical too, because if it went horizontally, it would go into the ether. Uh-oh, what did I do? Did I not count correctly? So we were trying to figure out what things could be horizontal. It's not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one, not that one. Not that one, not that one. Oops. The point is this cell could be, because it could go straight across like that. But the point that chat wants me to take is, even though it could be either of these, it can't be both of these, because if this one is straight, it goes up and down. If this one is straight, it goes left to right. And so this one always is, and it always has to go straight up and down. And does that tell me what has to happen here? Yes, because this is a corner, and everything in this row that's left is a corner. So that finally resolves the nonsense up here that has been haunting us for forever. So this, remember, I knew was a 2-stop, but I didn't know what it was. But now it has to do... No, Sven, that's not what I meant. Now it has to do that. So we can get rid of those, and these all turn green, I believe. Getting me my last corner in this row. And this now has to be entered from there or from here. However it happens to be. Row 8, column 5. Oh, this one? I don't think I know whether this goes up or down or not. Let's see. Paulfly says this definitely doesn't turn down. So it doesn't turn up. Can it turn down? Why can it not turn down? I don't see why this doesn't turn... Oh, no. I don't see why this doesn't turn down. Right. This row, the reason why Ilm knows that this is done and I don't is because this row, all of its clues are spoken for. So again, this is the one where I keep counting out everything and saying that everything that's not already green has to be one of these 2, and so this one has to be one of those 2. It already is. So we've got that. This cell's just not visited. Because if this cell was visited, it would be a dead end. Because it can't connect left, right, or down. So this cell's just gray. Now I guess I have to contemplate network connectivity. I know there's some connectivity over here that's going to get resolved at the very end by one of these clues. That's like one of these clues is like a black dot. Let's see. One more T in column 3. Ah, right. Okay. So this can't be a T because of the previously articulated Garian spot that if this is a T, it does this, which puts a horizontal into this, which is not allowed. So this is not a T, but I need a second T in this column. So it had better be this one. Because this certainly can't be a T. So this is a T. And now the question is, I mean, did I already know this is, maybe I didn't already know this is a T, but I don't think that helps me. Oh, no, it does help me because it can't connect up. There we go. Okay, so it has to connect left. Okay, got it. I am ignoring the possibility there. Okay, so now this is done. So this is now green. Okay, this column has no 4 ways, so this is now green. I guess I also have it labeled appropriately. And this has nowhere it can connect to anymore, so it's now green. Let's see. But note, the thing I was connecting, it is actually true that everything now is connected, I think. So I don't have to worry about what's going to happen if I don't extend this. I think it will be okay. There was this question about straight lines in this row that I think is relevant now, because I don't think this can be a straight. Oh no, it could still be a straight line. Darn it. Could still be a straight line, annoyingly. Row 7's straight line is used. So I'm not allowed any more straight lines in row 7, is being pointed out. So this, which is not a dead end, doesn't only go down. It definitely goes this direction, is the consequence of all of that. So we get that. Okay, again, 3 corners. 1, 2, and either that. It's going to be pretty hard to put a corner down here, isn't it? Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to be impossible to have like a corner here and a 3-way here or some nonsense like that. It's possible that there's just no way to avoid. There's probably some smart way to generalize Garian's argument to tell me something about what happens down here, but I don't know what it is yet. We need another straight line in column 9. We need 2 straight lines in column 9. We have 2 straight lines in column 9. Unfortunately, Martin. I wish that your statement was correct, but I think we have 2 that are already marked. Yeah, I know that the no straights in row 10 is meaning we can't do something like that under here. That's the thing we've used several times, but I haven't been able to figure out a way to say it that actually gets me a thing. Okay, so if this escapes right, becomes a corner. Okay, we can definitely gray this cell. I believe that, because if this cell was visited, it would definitely be a straight line. So that's definitely gray. And that the difference is this one's already stationed, this one isn't. So something that's here can escape up into it. Someone is saying if this escapes over here, we're going to have a problem, which is that we're going to put too many corners. Yeah, we're going to put... Yes, if this escapes right, it actually forces 2 more corners in this column, but we only have 1 corner to give at most. So we don't do that thing I just said. So this does not escape right. And now that tells me that this is also unvisited. Now that tells me that this is unvisited because, again, it would need to escape and it can't. So we've got some more unvisitables. Okay, and now if these are unvisitable, now this is a corner because we need a 3rd corner in the column and there's nowhere else for it to be. So that finishes that clue. What about this column? I've got a lot of green in this column. I've got my 2 4-ways. Do I have my 2 T's? I have my 2 T's. So I am allowed no more T's. And no more 4-ways, but I don't think I wanted any T's or 4-ways. Let's see. Garion says, I now know where the straight segments are in this row. Because this became green. And when this became green, I ruled out the possibility that this did that razzmatazz, making this the straight segment. So now this has to be the straight segment, which means it goes down and finishes. And if that's finished, this is now unvisitable. This is blue. And so now I know how this gets its station. And so this does that to get its station, because there's no other direction for it to be visited from. This row has all its straights already. So this can't connect only down. So this always connects right. Now, I don't know if that quite tells me what I need to know, but this column does not have any T's in it. So this is not a T. It's an X. So this is green. Okay. Kai is saying this can't be a corner, so it can't be visited. Beautiful. Because if it was visited, it would definitely be a corner. And this is that, again, that MVP clue. And so now this is, it is visited from there. And now this doesn't have any connections out. So we're now done that over there. Let's see. Okay, so we've got 2 straight lines. We need 1 more straight line. And we've got 1 corner. We need 1 more corner in this row. And one of these is a dead end somewhere. Okay, we've got all the straight lines, though. So this isn't the straight line. I guess there was no chance it was going to be a straight line anyway. Also, that's not the right one. This is the one that's not a... Oh, no, sorry. This one's not a T. Yeah, Thomas pointing out this column needs 3 more corners. Of course, that can be one of them. 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 If that's not one of them, though, I don't think I can put 3 corners in 3 consecutive cells. because that's just not going to work out parity-wise. So if this is not a corner, it connects there. Oh no, that does work. That works. Then this would be a corner, and then these could be a corner looping like that. Never mind. I think that's perfectly fine. Unfortunately. Let's see. The thing I have 2 of in this row is T's, so there's definitely a T over here. Good, sure. Okay. Row 8, column 7. Let me find that. If it connects us straight, it blocks out the rest of the grid from the network. The network's already connected, though, isn't it? I think the network's already completely connected. So I don't think there's any connectedness arguments. There haven't really been many connectedness arguments in this puzzle, admittedly. Oh, right. Okay, so the thing that Kai is talking about is saying there's definitely a piece of the network down here. And so if, hypothetically, we connect these, now because of the way this row works, this is now terminal. And now the only way to connect into the network is a vertical line through here, except you'll see I'm not allowed a vertical line through there because of things. And so that's not allowed. So I can't do that. So this is not this connection just can't be taken. That's very smart. Okay, that is a very clever observation there. Okay. By the way, welcome to our new subscriber. Thank you very much. You got a little dinosaur dance and a little Zach dance. Woohoo! Thank you, new subscriber. Okay, so these don't connect here. This has to connect somewhere. Okay, so Paul Fly is saying, so find the last straight in this row, because there need to be 3 of them. So it's not there. And so it is there or there. The reason, Eleanor, is I don't have any T's left in row 8. So in row 8, we've accounted for all the cells, and so the only things we have left that we can place in row 8 are straights and corners. Column 9 already has its straights, so that's not the straight. And that can't be the straight. So this is the only one that's a straight. So this connects straight down, is what's being said. And that's going to resolve our deadly pattern. Good spot to Paul Fly there. We can get rid of those. Mark both of these with 1s. So these are our unvisitables. Or sorry, these are our only once visitables. So almost certainly this is how this gets visited in order to make this 4 happy. But I don't 100% know. I know this column has no T's, so this is green. Because of that 0. It's not an X, so if it gained an extra branch, it would become a T, and that's not allowed. The tree is visited by the network, by the way. Apologies to the unvisited betters. So need to decide if this connects up or connects down. Likewise, I need to decide if this connects up or connects down. I I really think this has to be a corner, but I don't know that I know enough to sort of force it yet within the column. Because every time I think I know that, I find some plausible way for it to not quite need to be a corner. I do know this is a corner for what it's worth. I just don't know if it connects up or down. More T in row 9. Oh, row 9 needs a T. So this is definitely a T, I guess. No, I guess I don't actually know which way the T goes, unfortunately. Oh, column 8 can't have a T. Okay, so this is not a T. It's not a T. It's not a dead end. So this is a 2 or a 4, I guess is what people are telling me. Yes. The empty cells have sort of crept in as the solve has gone on. Okay, so the T is either here or here. Either way, it's vertical. Poking into this. It can't be. Right. Okay, yeah. So if this is a 4, the point is that connects the 1, but now I've got these two. I've got a T in one of these two cells that's dangling down here, and that's going to also connect to the 1. So that doesn't work. So this is in fact a 2. I agree with that statement. Okay, Garion believes. Hey, Casey, I hope you're doing well. No, that wasn't Garion's point. That was someone else. I think. But someone said that, I think. But no, I was just reading Garion's point and trying to parse it before trying to explain it. Oh, don't worry, Casey. There's going to be a lot of 5s in this puzzle when it is solved. Let's see, but we can't turn the greens 5 prematurely. Okay, so J40's point is whichever way the T goes, it always enters row 10 and turns into the 1. So the 1 in particular never connects here. And so this 2 is 2ing to the T. Here. Be honest, I'd give this a 4, but I mean that as a compliment. I think like 5-star difficulty rating is either saying the puzzle is bad, which is I think 90% of 5-star rated difficulty puzzles. It's actually saying the puzzle's bad, or it's saying the puzzle requires some thinking that's so truly outside the norm and so truly beyond what you'd normally think about, like it's going to require some complicated global deduction and that sort of thing. And neither of those things is true of this puzzle. Like this is a solidly challenging use of the mechanics throughout, but nothing nothing has required anything I would say as insanity. So I would say this is a 4, but I again mean that as a good thing. Uh, 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 like totally fine if people want to say the puzzle took me 3 hours and therefore it's a 5. That's absolutely, people can do whatever they want with difficulty ratings, but it's not, I don't think that's a useful way to think about it. Okay. So Garian's point was about trying to fit 3 corners into this column. And I think Garian's point was if I try and make this a T, I'm not going to. No, if this is a T, I can easily fit 3 corners in this column. Dagnammit. Is it if I try and put the T over here that I can't fit 3 corners into the column? I think it's the other way. If I put a T over here, I now do that. And so now this is unvisitable. If I put the T over on this side, this becomes unvisitable. And this becomes unvisitable because this is only a 2. It's not allowed to be a T for some reason. It's not allowed to be a T from the column. And so now there just aren't enough cells, right? So the T actually has to go over here, as Garian's point very well stated. This is not a 1, so it connects in, giving this its station. These become blue, although some of them are going to rapidly become green. Like that one is green. That one is green. This one is green because it's a 2. I enjoy how the line tool interacts with the betting tree. Congratulations, by the way, to all the corner bettors. May all your betting tree wishes come true. Okay. If this was visited, it would have to be a straight line, and there are no more straight lines in the column, so this is unvisited. This is unvisited. Therefore, this connects up, making that do that. Now there's no more additional connections that this can make. Okay. And so now if I count corners in this column, I go 1, 2, and so I need 2 more. They have to be these. And so I think we're almost done. I think all we have to do to finish is fill in the 5s, and solution check should trigger. Solution check did not trigger. Maybe Myxo didn't quite configure the solution check correctly for this puzzle. But nice puzzle. I really enjoyed that. I am definitely glad that I braved doing this one. Very cool setting all around. I love this sort of hybridizing between 2 things. Very cool all around. Maybe someday for some big event, I'll do Myxo's full rank Philomeno, like when we get to 10,000 subscribers or something. Subscribe if you want to see me do Myxo's 10,000, or if you want me to see me do Myxo's full rank Philomeno. But yes, many, many green 5s. All right, I'm going to take a quick break and be back in a moment with more stuff. And I don't know exactly what more stuff, but more stuff of some description. So I'll be back with that in just a moment. Alrighty, welcome back. Well, we did one 5-star puzzle, so I might as well do another 5-star puzzle, right? I somehow suspect this 5-star puzzle will be less difficult than the previous 5-star puzzle, but who knows? This is Tallcat's Tête-à-tête. Tallcat, as many of you may know, is an enormous fan of between lines. And so Tallcat needed almost no excuse whatsoever to create a between lines Nabner puzzle. So here we go. This is a between lines Nabner puzzle. Let me explain how the different rules work. I think, Jaleb, the only reason why Tallcat likes double arrows is because they look like between lines. I don't think it's that he prefers them. I think he just likes all things that look like a ball of string. So the way that between lines work is that the digits in the two circles on either side of the line have to bound the digits on the line. So in this case, these would have to be a 5-6 pair if that were to work. If this were a 4 and this was a 7, these would have to be a 5-6 quadruple, which would probably be difficult. So that's how between lines work. You can repeat digits. Oh, this is never relevant in this puzzle. You can repeat digits all you want on a between line, but you're not allowed to use the bounding digit. So I'm not allowed to put a 4 here if there's a 4 in the circle. 4 is not between 4 and anything. And so something like this is right out. Absolutely cannot do that. So that is between lines. Nabner lines give us these golden magical lines, give us digits where no pair of them are consecutive. And so if that's a 4, that can't be a 5, and that can't be a 5 either. But also no two of them are the same, which will only be relevant for this line. So if that's a 5, that also can't be a 5. So that is Nabner lines. All right, I have no earthly idea what a good bet tree is for this puzzle, so I am going to just guess that cell and see how it goes. So the thing I saw, and I think Selena is looking at a similar thing, is that if I color this cell and ask where it goes in this box, it definitely goes in one of those two places. And if I do the same thing here, it definitely goes in one of these two places. Now, the thing that I find very unfortunate about this is that the conclusion of that is that because these two go on the same Nabner line, these two aren't consecutive. But I already knew they weren't consecutive because they were the opposite ends of a rather long between line. So that's not the best, if I'm being honest. Now, a thing that you can also make use of in your between line shenaniganery is that between lines can never have 1 or 9 on the line because you can't bound the 1 or the 9. And so we can do some corner mark 1-9ing like that, which is going to presumably be interesting eventually. That one's not actually the 9. As we think about this. And so that unfortunately, so clues sort of tend to want to be things. Nabner lines want to be 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. That's what every Nabner line dreams of being when it goes to bed at night. Between lines dream of being 1, 9. That is, they dream of having 1 and 9 in the circles and whatever they want in the middle. So usually in puzzles, there's some sort of tension pushing against that. Oh, wow, you're right. I should have put it there so it didn't see the 2. I was trying to avoid seeing the 4. Okay, so the thing that Selena has noted is that this digit is not purple or yellow because it sees purple and yellow, so we can call it green. And this digit, do I know that this digit isn't purple? For sure. I'm not 100% sure I know that. Oh, yes, I do. I do know that this digit isn't purple, because whatever this digit is, it goes in one of these two cells, which sees purple. So yeah, so this is number 4. And so likewise, there is a blue in one of these two, and there is a green in one of these two. Okay, so these are 4 different digits that all want to be 1 and 9, but they're 4 different digits, so they certainly can't all be from 1 and 9. And now we're going to have some real tension here because, well, I guess blue and green show up on a Nabner line together. Because, like, the ones that aren't 1 and 9 kind of want to be 2 and 8, but then that's going to be dangerous because then they're going to be really close to the 1 and 9 on Nabner lines, is the thing that is concerning me immediately. So the ones of these that I'm assuming 1 and 9 are in here, the ones that aren't 1 and 9, we're going to have to play keep away so that we don't put like an 8 next to a 9 on a Nabner line because we're not allowed to do that. So I guess like one way to frame that is, where does 8 go in this box? And so 8 can only go here if one of the circles is 9. And 8 can only go here if that's a 9. But I haven't yet wrapped my brain around how to say that in a way that's useful. Paul Fly is doing the math of what can you actually put in here. And so if you tried to put a 6 here, then you could do 5, 4, 3, 2. Actually, isn't 6 fine if this is 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1? Is there some reason why that doesn't work? Oh, does that break the Nabner? That might break the Nabner. Yeah, that's going to break the Nabner, isn't it? Paul Fly is saying, so first of all, the easy one, this can't be a 5, because if this is a 5, then whether this is a 1 or a 9, there just aren't enough digits, because 6, 7, 8 is only 3. But Paul Fly is making the more sophisticated statement that if this is a 6, this would therefore have to be a 1. These would be 2, 3, 4, 5. And that doesn't work with the Nabner, I presume. Let's double check it. So I would have to put a 1 on the Nabner for sure. And then I could not put 2, 3, 4, or 5, obviously. And then I'd have to put 3 of 6, 7, 8, 9. That's not going to work. So I agree with Paul Fly. It's a little tricky, but you can't put a 4, 5, or 6 there. So these are indeed from 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. So there we go. Garion asks if we always force a 2 or an 8 onto the between line in box 4 and 8. And the answer is yes, because I can never put 2 and 8 on the Nabner. So there's always a 2 or an 8 on here. That is a good way to put it. And so, and there's a 2 and an 8 unless the 1 9s are here. So, oh, sorry, unless the 1 9s are here. Oh, there we go. And that's the point. There's always a 2 or an 8 on the Nabner, and there can't be a 2 and an 8 on either Nabner, because if there's a 2 and an 8 on either Nabner, then there's a 2 or an 8 on the other, and then I don't have enough spots for 1 9s. So let me try and go through that more carefully. So first of all, 2 and 8... If 2 or 8, let's just talk about 2. If 2 goes on this Nabner, it forces 1 to not go on this Nabner, which places a 1 there. And so if 8 was also on the Nabner, well, then that would force a... that would force this to not be a 9, or that would force a 9 not to go here. That would force this to be a 9. So I can't put 2 and 8 on this Nabner, and exactly the same thing here, but with this cell. So no Nabner has both 2 and 8. But what if I put neither 2 nor 8 on the Nabner? Isn't if I put neither 2 nor 8, then I put them both here on the between line? Isn't that okay if I have these being 1, 9, for instance? But I think we're on the right track here thinking about this, of what happens to 2 and 8 and where they end up going. Oh, neither of these can be 1, 9, says Garion. So if these are 1, 9 with a 2, 8 there, then the other box could at best be 2, 8. Let me just try that. If the other box is 2, 8, what numbers can these be from? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That feels like enough to me. Oh, no. These can't be 2, 8. Not for anything to do with the between line. Just because of where 2 and 8 and 1 and 9 go in the box. So these could never be 2, 8, but could they be 2, 7? Oh boy, this is getting complicated. Because I just proved they can't be 2, 8, but I don't think I disproved that they could be 2, 7. Okay, J40 has put it wisely, which is that I can only put 3 of 1, 2, 8, and 9 in these cells. Because if I put 4 of 1, 2, 8, and 9 in these cells, that doesn't work. So J40's point is there's only 3 of 1, 2, 8, and 9 in here. That means there's always a 1, 2, 8, 9 here, which means one of these is always 1 or 9. Okay, so I agree one of these is always 1 or 9 in both cases. That's a good way to think about it. It's a 3 of 4 sort of argument. Okay, so that is much cleaner than the path of madness that I was about to go down. So thank you, Jay, for that point. So neither pair is 1, 9, but each pair includes a 1 or a 9. So we've got that. And in fact, actually, if each pair includes exactly 1, 1, 9, then there's only one of 1, 2, 8, 9 that can be placed on the between line. And then only 2 of them that can be placed on the Nabner. And so the consequence of that is that these cells are always from 1, 2, 8, 9. Sorry, not that one. That one. Because I always have to have 1, 1, 2, 8, 9 here, 2 on the Nabner, and 1 here in total to get that. What color is this cell? Ah, interesting. This cell's not any of the colors. So it's not the case that the circles are what you'd think they'd be, which is that you'd assume the circles are from 1, 2, 8, 9, but they're not. Because if the circles were from 1, 2, 8, 9, this cell would have no value. And so one of the circles has a 7 or a 3 in it. Which is very interesting. I'm trying to figure out, do both of the... Because the geometry is different for this cell. This cell, for example, could be purple or yellow. It could be purple or yellow. Either of those would be fine. So one of blue and green is 3, 7. And so, because this 1, 2, 8, 9 is... Wait, right. This 1, 2, 8, 9 is no color. And so there's a 3, 7 somewhere. Oh, actually, maybe I don't know that the 3, 7 is over here. Maybe the 3, 7's over here. Oh, right. And Ilm is correct. This certainly sees every color, so it's definitely not 1 or 9. because we know that 1 and 9 are each a color. So this is a 2 or an 8. Okay, agree with that. And this 2-8 is not in any of the circles. But I think the other 2-8 might be in one of the circles. Because of the fact that this box is shaped differently than this box. Okay, so the 1-9 that matches this 2-8, good lord, the 1-9 that's adjacent to this 2-8 is not purple or yellow. Because the other 2-8 is the one that's here. So I might have to get rid of these colors and start trying to do a more sensible coloring, which I'm a little afraid of. But this 2-8, the 1-9 that goes with it, is not one of these. The 1-9 that goes with it is one of these. One of these is that. I guess the way I want to communicate that is by saying the purple has to be here. Because there always has to be a 2-8, exactly one on the between lines. And the only one that's possible is the one that goes with the 1-9 that goes with the 2-8, and that 1-9's over there. Okay. So there's a yellow 2-8 as well that I don't know where it is, but I know the yellow 2-8 definitely ends up living in one of these cells. And so these circles can't be 2-8 at all because they're neither purple 2-8 nor yellow 2-8. Right. I don't think I know. Do I know? I don't think I know that this isn't 2 or 8. Do I? I wish I could see both color schemes simultaneously. I feel like that would make this easier for me. But got that. Okay, so but there's no 2-8 on this line for what it's worth. Yeah, the circles here are 1-7 or they're 3-9. I agree with that. But I don't think that's true on the left necessarily. Do you really mean we're 3 column 1, Selena? You might. I'm guessing you might mean a different cell, like this one maybe. I'm not sure. Right, okay. So Selena's point is if this is 1-9, it actually sees every circle. Because if this is a 1 or a 9, it sees these 3 circles directly. But it sees this circle through this box. Because if this is a 1 or a 9, it goes in one of those 2 places. And so it would rule, if this was a 1 or a 9, it would rule 1 or 9 out of every circle completely. So that's no good. So that's not a 1 or a 9 for what that's worth. Now, if okay, so trying to figure out whether this has to be a 1-9 or a 2-8. Okay. So one of these 2 is the purple 1-9. I know that much. So one of these is the purple 1-9. And so again, purple 1-9's either there or it's there. Okay. Selena says we should look at row 3, column 1. I cannot figure out how I know anything about row 3, column 1. Yeah, so if these are 1, 7, that's the 8. And we've got the 9 here. All that good stuff. None of these cells can be 1, 9. That's Selena's point. If any of these cells are 1 or 9, then that 1 or 9 goes here, and that 1 or 9 now sees both circles. So none of these are 1 or 9. They're not 2 either. And the same thing is true over here, although it's less exciting. Because if any of these cells were 1 or 9, then that 1 or 9 would go in one of these cells. And that would, again, rule it out of all of these places. So these aren't 1 or 9 either. And that one's not 2. Okay. I think that equally well works for these cells, right? Because these cells, if these were 1 or 9, would, again, sort of force that. So, again, these aren't 1 or 9. These aren't 4. And so the key point here, or a point at least, is that 9 in row 3 definitely goes in one of these cells. Because it's not going on a between line and it's not going in one of those cells. That's brilliant. And therefore 8 goes in the rest of this box somewhere. And 1 as well. That's true. And now we can ask where 2 goes, because 2 goes not there, not along here. So 2 goes in one of this mess of cells. Now, funnily enough, if 2 is here, that forces these to be 1, 7. And if 2 is here, it forces these to be 1, 7. So let's go over that. So if there's a 2 here, that's a 1, which means it goes with a 7. If there's a 2 here, it means that's an 8, which means these are 1, 7. So these are always 1, 7 in the Tallcatiest move of all time. So these are 1, 7, and therefore this is always an 8. And we get our fancy little 8 dance going on. Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, ba-doop. Woo! Ba-doop, 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 woohoo! Ba-doop, ba-doop, woohoo! Thank you, Zach. Thank you. So now that's not an 8. And if you recall that this digit goes in one of these 2 cells, this is not an 8 either. We know these aren't 1s either. Okay. None of these are 8, of course. These digits are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is the only thing that's allowed to go in them. I know that one of these cells is 1 because either this is 1 or this is 1, and if this is 1, one of these 2 is 1. So that sweeps the 1 corner marks off of this. So we've got all of that. likewise, the same thing is true of 7. I mean, we knew there weren't any repeats in these anyway, so however you want it, one of these is 7. Okay, and so, I mean, I guess we already knew one of these two is 9. And so knowing that one of these two is 9 also gives us that one of these is 9, so that's certainly not 9. Gives us an actual 9 corner mark over here for whatever that is worth. These seem not to be 8 anymore. Let's see. Sayori suggesting I should look at 8 now in this row. Hey, Laura, welcome. Currently on 181. Wow, that is persistence. Much love, by the way, to all of my persistent VOD viewers. I know there are many of you, and I appreciate it. If you are a VOD viewer, by the way, feel free to leave us a nice comment and say hello. It's always great to hear that people are enjoying this, even in the distant future. We got a really, really nice comment the other day that from Human Birdsong that just got put into the zetamath Discord, if you are so inclined. Several people in chat noticing if we did this with 2, we can do it with 8 as well. And note that 8 is over here somewhere. Oh, this cell I'm going to notice ridiculously sees a 1-7 pair. So this cell's definitely not 7. Still doesn't necessarily need to tell me whether this is 1 or 7, but there's some shenaniganery going on with making sure that this doesn't have things on it. Oh, it's certainly not 2 either, because we have 2 corner marked into the row. That's true. I have a feeling 3 is going to break, but I don't know if I really want to just exhaust every possibility. Okay, so one of these is an 8. If either of these is an 8, that cell is a 9. Does the same thing happen if this is an 8? Well, I know that this cell's not an 8 because I know that purple is 8. So I actually know there's an 8 in here, and I know that there's a 2 in there. I don't really need the coloring anymore now that I've got that. So if this is an 8, does that actually tell me anything? I don't think so. I think if this is an 8, it tells me something. I don't think if this is an 8, it tells me anything, because the box geometry between box 4 and box 6, there's some similarities, but they are quite different. So this, by the way, I'm just going to note for myself, is from 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, because it's not 1 or 9, and it's not 2 or 8. Okay. Oh, 1 and 9 in row 8. Ah, yes, 1 and 9 in row 8. I should have asked about that because this is a Tallcat puzzle. Can only go there and there. Thank you, Selena. And now the 9 in this box, I guess I know now, is in one of these 2 cells. Just by Sudoku, although I don't think it's going to be useful Sudoku if I'm guessing what's going to happen here. Yeah, okay. So let us see now. Right. These can't be 8, Amy points out, because I've got some corner marks, and I should keep track of my corner marks. They're not 8. I'd love to know if these are 2-9 or 3-9. Does anyone see anything interesting about these being 2-9 or 3-9? Let's see. Sir Woozle says 9 in row 8 is in column 4. 9 in row 8. Okay, sorry. How do I know it's not there? I think I have missed a thing because of pencil marks in box 9. Oh, is this a skyscraper or something? So because there's one of these two. So I think Sir Woozle is making a skyscraper out of the fact that one of these two is 9 and one of these two is 9, and connecting that over to here, and I don't 100% understand yet how. Or like a kite or something. Uh uh The play line or the between line in box 4 does not have the digit 2. I agree with that assessment. There's definitely not a 2 on here. Okay. Got it. Okay, so Playmaker's point is in this box, where does the 2 go? And the answer is not here, so it goes here somewhere. But so does 1, and 1 and 2 can't go together, so therefore this can't be a 9. And so this is a 1 or a 2, and the other 1 or 2 is over here. Now, wait, if it's 3, 9 in the circles, doesn't that make my life work? Doesn't that make my life worse? Because if it's 3, 9, now I've also got to put 3 over here, but maybe that's okay. But I don't quite see it. Yeah, there might. I bet you're right, but I think there's probably an extra step in figuring this out. I don't know. My gut says this is going to work out to be 2, 9 and not 3, 9, but I'm not sure. As of yet. I mean, here's a really dumb thing. There's no way this is a 7, because if... Oh, maybe not. Maybe, sorry, maybe this could be a 7 with that being... Never mind. This is not worth pursuing. Let's see. Let's see, Paul Fly says these aren't 2. Right. Because if... Wait. If these are 2... It certainly makes this into a 3-9 pair, but that's okay as far as we know, right? I don't actually know that one of these is 2. Because if I knew that one of these was 2, then if this was 2, it would make that 2 and it would rule 2 out of the box. But I don't actually know that. Oh, okay. So, that's complicated, but it's true. Okay, so this is much more complicated than I was thinking. If one of these is 2, it does make these a 3-9 in order to avoid wiping 2 out of this box, but it also makes this a 1. And now that these are a 3-9, 2 and 3 are both on the Nabner, and that doesn't work. So we can wipe 2 out of there. But it's complicated. Okay, and these are definitely not 7, and here the simpler argument works. If either of these was 7, then that would be 7, and it would just wipe 7 out of the box. So neither of these are 7. That's certainly true. Oh, actually, yeah, the same. In this over here, we get the same argument over on the top. These can't be 7 either. Because if either of these is 7, again, that makes that 7, and then we wipe it out of the box. So 7's actually just outright placed within the column. That a 9 and that a 1. Placing the 1 on the Nabner line over here. Placing the 9 on the Nabner line over here. Oh, did I make a leap? Maybe I made a leap. Oh, right. Okay, sorry. You're right. The 7 can go here. I don't know why I was assuming the 7 couldn't go here. But the we do get a 179 triple, as is being pointed out. Oh, I should leave the... Actually, I'm just going to get rid of the 1 corner marks. Definitely have 9 quarter marks there, but that's not super interesting. Right. Sorry. It's one of these 3. What sells, Playmaker asks, in... Oh, that's a 7. Where's 7 going in box 3? Well, once I realized that 1 and 8 in box 3 are a hidden pair here, now that's the only place that can be a 7, because this between line can never hold a 7. So I think that's just a 7. Do people agree about that 7? I hope people agree about that 7. So now... Right, now the 7 in row 3 lives over here, people are pointing out. And now that's big, because now that has to be a 9, because there's definitely a 7 or an 8 on this between line, because there's 7 and 8 down here, and so I need something bigger than 7 or 8, and that can't be, so that's always a 9. Which then is going to make that 1 that 9. Going to make that 9 and that 1. Going to make that 7 and that 1. So good thing that chat noticed that I screwed this up before. Gonna make that 9 over here. Makes that, of course, not 9. Which is going to make that 7 and that 9. Going to force there to be a 7 down here. Let's see. So we've got all of that happening all at once. What can this cell be? It can't be 1 or 2. It could be 3 or 4 or 5 or... Oh, can't be 6, 7, or 8 or 9. Okay, so this is a 3, 4, or 5. Those are the only options for this. Okay, well, if this is a 7, this is certainly not a 6 or a 5. And so these numbers here certainly don't include a 2, by the way. So the 2 is just outright placed there. These numbers are from 4, 5, 6. Those are the only numbers that are allowed to live here. Where does 3 go in row 3 is a good question. Because I can't put a 3 on this, because 3 is the smallest that this could be. So the 3 in the row is actually just there. So we've got that. That 2 looked over down here. Like that. Why not row 3, column 1? Oh, you're right. Row 3, column 1 could in fact also be the 3. Sorry, I was omitting that one. That one can still be the 3. Okay, but other than that, we're in good shape. Okay, so this is... I'm just going to continue. This is at least 5, because it would be at least 4 by the between line, but there's a 4 in the box, so this is 5, 6, not 7 or 8. So the 5, 6, and 8 are the only options for this. 2, 3, 2, 3, 4. This is at least 5. Oh, this is also at least 5. This is 5, 6, 7, or 8. So these two are both very middly numbers. So this number needs to be between 5 and 8. So this number is only a 6 and a 6 or a 7, actually. While we are at it, 765, that would all work. Okay. Okay. Does this 1-8 looking down do anything? Well, it places the 1 in this box. That's one thing it does. And it tells me the 8 over here is in one of these cells, but it's not there. So the 8 over here is in one of these two cells. Now, I had to ask myself if this can really be 8 or if it's going to do things to the between line that are untoward. Because that would make these 5, 7, 6. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Oh, I'm being told there's more 1s in the grid. There's got to be a 1 in this box somewhere, and it's definitely there. So now there's a 2 in one of these two cells. And if there's a 2 in one of these two cells, that means there's a 3 over here, which means this is a 2, which means that's a 2. Excellent. So we finally resolved that mystery. Okay, so there's a 3 here. Okay, and so we've got what's left in here is we've got 1, 2. We know the 3's over there. 4, 5, 6. Right, and these aren't 7 or 8. So these are from 4, 5. Okay, so these are from 4, 5, 6 only, so they can't have a 5. They have to be a 4, 6 pair, is the conclusion, in order to make the Nabner line work. So that means that these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Those aren't 7. So let's fill in this pair. So these are 1, 2, one of them's a 3, 4, and the other's a 5. So these appear to be a 3, 5 pair. I don't think that that is super meaningful out of the box, if I'm being honest. If there's no 8 in these cells, it's restrictive but not broken, I think. Let's see. Selena believes there might be more that can be done with the power of 1s. Like, for example, placing a 1 there. So we've got a 1 over in one of these two cells. Got a 1. Yeah, and we've got a fair amount of flexibility on the rest of the 1s. Sayori asks my favorite question, which is where are 5 and 6 in column 9? They aren't both down there, so therefore that's one of them. Which actually gives us a 4, 5, 6 triple, making that a 3. Making that not a 3. So these numbers now have to be at least 5. So they're from 5, 6, 7, 8 only. These aren't 3 anymore. So neither of these can be 5, because if this were 5, there'd only be 2 digits. So that's actually the 5. And so that's a 6, and that's the 4. These aren't 5. So these aren't 4 or 6. And that one's not 4. That one's not 5. Let's see. Okay, so these are now only, well, it can't be 1. Could be 2 or 3. Sorry, could be 2, not 3, 4, or 5, or 6, or 7. And then could be 8 or 9. Oh, but it's not 8 because there's a 1-8 pair looking down on it. So this is only 2 or 9 now. These are not 4 or 6. Let's see. Oh, some people are enthusiastic about asking where 8 goes in this row, which is very helpful. Because 8 in this row is not going on any of the between lines, because none of the between line circles can have a 9, and so that is an 8, which makes this neither an 8 nor a 7. It's a 3 or a 5. Means that's not an 8. Doing that. Let's see. Okay, so we've got that. And now that tells us, as several people are pointing out, that 2 in this row now has to go over here in one of those 2 cells, which is useful because it tells me this isn't a 2, it's a 9. Which is dangerous. Got to be careful. 2 in row 5. Yeah, Nicholas is right. 2 in row 5 doesn't go with a 1, so the 2 is over there. So in particular, it's not here. So it is over there. Let's see. I'm going to just pencil mark these really gratuitously and say there are not 2. Just so that I can look at them at a glance and see what is happening. Let's see. Okay, so where's 7 in this row now? 7 in this row is definitely on a between line, which means I need an 8 in a circle, which means one of these 2 is 8, which means that is an 8, which means that's 8. Thank you, Paul Fly. So we've got that going on. Let's shamelessly mark these up and see if anything's useful. Okay, that one's definitely not a 7. I can tell you that. Now this one's a freebie. So now one of these 2 is 7, I suppose. Oh, well, if one of them's 8, the other one's definitely not 7. I can tell you that much. So they're not a 7-8 pair in the circle, so that's never a 7 if I'm trying to like really squeeze every bit I can out of pencil marks. Okay. So it seems, if I look at it, as though I know these are a 4-9 pair. So get excited if you are a 4 or a 9 better. These are, let's see, a whole bunch of stuff. That whole bunch of stuff in particular. Let's see, if this was a 7, that would have to be an 8. 6 in box 7. 6 in box 7 is now in one of these 2 cells. That is a very good spot. So 6 in box 7 now lives in one of the, I have no idea how that happened. I guess it just happened through hidden pairs. So that 6 has made this a 7 and has made this not a 6 for sure. It needs to be bigger than 6, so it's an 8. This needs to be smaller than 7, so it's a 5 or a 6. This is not a 7. That's not a 7 anymore. So one of these 2 is 6 for whatever that is worth. That just is a 7 because this row needs a 7. And where else is it going to go? It's going there. That's not an 8 anymore. Let's see. One of those is a 2, I still know. Let's see. Yeah, these are from 3, 5, 6. Oh, that's a 3, 5, 6 triple. So 3, 5, 6 triple places the 1 and the 7. It means that's not a 7 and that's not a 7. Okay, 7s keep happening, so I might as well keep up with the 7s. So that's a 7. Okay, so now these are a 5-8 pair, and so this needs to be a 4 in order to bound the 5. Making that a 6 and that a 4. The betting tree is a 9. Congratulations to all the 9 bettors out there. May all your betting tree wishes come true. That 5-8 pair looks at that and makes that a 3. Oops. That has become a 5 and a 2 and a 3. These are not 5. That 3-6 pair looks over there and also places the 3 there. No 3 there. This digit can't be a 5 because then that could only be a 4 or a 6, and that wouldn't work. These are not 3. Oh, I can get rid of the corner marks just altogether. Up there, they're not doing a whole lot for me. Okay, so this is a triple, and in fact, I'm just going to fill in all of... In fact, I'm just going to mark everything while I am at it. This is just a 6 because there's a 5-8 pair in the box, so that's just an 8. That's a 1 and an 8. This is just a 9 and a 1 because of the pair. So these are 2, 5, 6. Oh, that's just a 4, and that's a 7. So this can't be consecutive with 4 or 7, so it's a 2. So that is a 5, 6. That is not a 4. That's not a 4. That's not a 2 or an 8. There we go. That is a 3 and a 6. That is not a 3. Let's see. Okay, so we've got all of that going on. Okay, there's a 5, 6, 8 triple in this column, making that a 2. No one of these two is a 3. Okay, if this is a 6, that would be a 4. No winners. House wins. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. Let's see. Row 7, column 6, I am being told. There's a 5, 6 pair in the column, making that an 8. Making that a 5 and a 3. Making that an 8 and a 5. Making that an 8. Making this a none 5, apparently. Making these none 5s. This a none 3. Oh, there's a 5 on this between line. That's the thing that I was actually supposed to see, was that Sayori was pointing me at this, and I somehow decided that Sayori was trying to get me to see this 5, 6 pair. But Sayori was actually trying to get me to see the fact that there's a 5 immediately next to this, so that's a 6 and a 5. Making that a 5 and a 6, making that a 3 and a 4, making that a 5 and a 6, making that a 5 and a 2 and a 5, and a 4 and a 3 and a 6 and a 2 and a 6 and a 4. Woo! And that is done. That was a rather lovely puzzle. The beginning there was definitely tricky. I'm glad my guess worked out to be correct, that it would be a 1-7 and a 2-9 and not a 1-7 and a 3-9, that would be too tight. Alrighty, I am going to take a quick break. And then I'll come back and I'll do a 6x6 or 2 because there's still a little bit of time left. So yeah, we finished that with 50 minutes. It's not too bad. All right, I'm going to take a quick stretch, look at some plants, and I'll be back in just a moment. Be right back. Welcome back. Uh, since we just did a Nabner puzzle, we have to do J. Dyer's Anti-Nabner puzzle that I see has recently been posted. Orange lines are anti-Nabner lines. I wonder why Jay didn't call it Nabner backwards. Digits may not repeat on a line, and each digit on a line must be consecutive with at least one other digit on the line. The black dot signifies digits with a ratio of 1 to 2. Okay, well, it's a weird rule set, but I guess the first thing I see is that these two cells are definitely the same digit because I can't repeat digits on the line, and I've got to go there. These two digits can't differ by exactly 2, because if these two digits differed by exactly 2, then it would break this anti-Nabner line. Yeah, there's a similar thing over here, although I can't color them out of fear that it'll turn out to be yellow. But I guess what I can do is I can do some little like ropey coloring and say that those digits are those, and these digits are these. And so so what I should do is I should just catch up these and then get rid of the coloring and then use the coloring for the roping coloring. So those are yellow and those are yellow. Okay, so and these also don't differ by exactly 2. And I guess this is the digit that's not on the anti-Nabner line. And so the thing that I know about this is that it's neither 2 nor 5. And so I can take off 2 and 5 from this. Because if it were 2 or 5, this thing would isolate either 1 or 6. It's funny that J. Dyer very kindly allowed me to eliminate 5 from a black dot with that deduction. So we've got that. Okay, so this is either a 2 or it's a 3 or a 6. Is the point of all of this. So this is a 2, a 3, or a 6. If this is a 2, then that's a 1. And if this is a 5, then that's a 6 because of this box. Nicholas pointing out that 5 is definitely on this line. Yes. But unfortunately, it's going to have a 4 or a 6 on it just automatically because I can't put 4, 6 on this black dot. So the 5 one, it's not going to do anything, I don't believe. These are an odd even pair for whatever that means. Let's see. So the 2 yellows and the 2 greens go together. And the 2 yellows and the 2 purples go together. Can't exclude any digit now that 5 is on the line, Nicholas. That's a good spot. Okay, so Jay is figuring out, not the Jay that set the puzzle, the other Jay, is pointing out what's going on with 1 and 6. Which is that 1 and 6 are the digits that only have one friend. And so purple goes with green, but purple also goes with yellow. And green goes with purple, but green also goes with yellow. And so therefore one of these is a 1-6 pair. One of these is a 1-6 pair. One of them is a 2-5 pair. And then one of them must be a 3-4 pair. Oh, wait. Sorry. No, not 1-6 pair. Why am I trying to put 1 and 6 together? 1-2 pair, right? The 1 needs to be with the 2. So yeah, so one of them's a 1-2, one of them's 3-4, and one of them's 5-6. Let's see. I'm very sad that the thing about the 5 down here that Nicholas saw that I also saw doesn't do anything, because it's just impossible for the 5 to not be happy. Okay, so okay. Purple can't be 1-2 because of this box, right? Purple, if purple was 1-2, one of these would be a 1 and we'd be broken already. And likewise, yellow, sorry, likewise purple can't be 5-6 for exactly the same reason, except the 6 would try and go with a 5. So purple is 3-4. That's the punchline here. Okay, so these are 2-5. So these are 1-6. That's 2-5. That's 1-6. Just to sort of chase up the beanstalk or whatever you want. So the yellow 1-6. Well, the yellow 2-5 is definitely on here, I guess. Okay, so I can sort of color the 3-4s by whether they're close to yellow or green. Which does interesting things in terms of this Nabner line almost. But not quite. So like yellow 2-5 is up here. So I either need also, hey Kodek, you'll be happy to know, Kodek, one of my friends has been sort of new to Sudoku and has been exploring stuff and greatly enjoyed your points at 5 or 6 puzzle. I also greatly enjoyed your points at 5 or 6 puzzle. Yellow 1-6 in row 2. Ha 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 ha. There we go. That's gorgeous. Okay, so several people in chat spotted this. Yellow 1-6 can't go in either of these cells because it would break the yellow 2-5. So therefore, the yellow 1-6 goes here, which means the yellow 2-5 goes here. And now neither of these can be the green 1-6. So this is the green 1-6, and this is the green 2-5. And so this is the green 2-5 and the green 3-4 now, because the green 2-5 has to go here. And so the green 2-5 and the green 2 and the green 3-4. That makes this the yellow 3-4, and this the green 3-4. So got all of that. Let's see. Not at all confusing now, no. Thankfully. Yes, the yellow 1-6 is in one of those two places. Yellow 2-5 is definitely on the line. We knew that already, sadly. Okay, so Garion is noticing that if ketchup is 3, it makes purple yellow 3. Which would make yellow 2. Because of where ketchup is in box 2. So if this is a 3, then yeah, then it's the yellow one. And so if this is a 3, then the yellow 2-5 is a 2. And it breaks what? I'm sure the linguist would greatly enjoy that sentence. Uh, mm, mm. There we go. Yes. So if this is a 3, purple yellow is 3, but this is also 3 because it's also ketchup and it would see purple yellow, so that doesn't work. So purple yellow isn't 3, which means that this isn't 6. So this is either a 2-4 pair or a 5-3 pair. The dot could never be 1-2, Sayori points out, because one of these is a 1-2 pair. So that doesn't work. So this is a 3 or a 4 for sure. Right. Selena has now the elegant way to see this, which is that ketchup sees a 2-5 pair, which would have made this a lot easier, I will admit, if we'd have seen that earlier. Yeah, ketchup sees a 2-5 pair, and so therefore ketchup is 6. Oops. Therefore ketchup is 6, and this is a 3, which is now made purple yellow a 4. So purple yellow is 4, green yellow is 3. That makes green 2-5 2 and green 1-6 1. And yellow 2-5 5, yellow 1-6 6. I don't know why I wanted it to be the other way, but I'll accept it. 5 and 6 go there. Okay, these are a 1-2 pair, but I don't know what order they go yet. Let's see. So that's a 5 and that's a 6. That's a 1, I guess. These are yellow. And we can catch up the other ones. That'll make life easier. Everyone will appreciate it. Okay, so these are 2, 4, 5. Oh, let's see. I should correctly purple this and green this. And this is the green purple. So green purple in this box is here. So that's a 3. And so therefore, this is the green 2. This is the green 1. This is the yellow purple 4. So now now what? Oh, I already knew this wasn't going to be a 4, unfortunately. It wasn't intended to be a fun, but you can take it that way if you enjoy that sort of thing. These are 2, 4, 5, and so this is now a naked yellow purple. So that helps. So this is now a green 1. Makes that a green 1, makes that a green 2. The green 2 now needs to be on the line, so that's the green 2. That was the thing I was supposed to see. So that's yellow and that's green. 5 and 2 go in the grid. And so now these are a 3 and a 5. And so that one is the one that's purple, green. This one is the one that's yellow. So that's 5. That's 3. And so this one is purple yellow. This one is purple green. So that is 4, and that's 3. And this is purple yellow to finish up the puzzle. A lovely little puzzle there. I enjoyed this rule set quite a bit. Quite a bit. I'm gonna guess this would not work super well in a 9x9 because it's so loose, but who knows? Maybe it could. I look forward to Jay Dyer's forthcoming Anti-Nabner puzzle after this. See how many antis we can get before we end the series. Alrighty. But I think we've about come time to end stream for today. So thank you all for hanging out. We did really two puzzles and a 6x6, but the two puzzles were quite were quite challenging, especially the first one by Myxo was a real workout, we'll say. But we also did this one. I'll also replug that my newest puzzle is out, so if you want to hop on over to Logic Masters Germany and see my latest 10 lines whisper puzzle, it is out. It is at 2 stars. So by all means, feel free to hop over to that. So with all that said, thank you very much for watching. I had a good time with these puzzles, and I'll see you all soon. So I want to say thank you also to everyone who supports the stream. If you want to support the stream, the easiest way to do that is to like the stream. So if you have not liked the stream yet, please hit that button. It is greatly appreciated if you do. Even if you're watching this in a VOD a year from now, please hit the like button. It still matters. But if you could do that now, that would be great. And if you want to support the stream, even beyond that, if you want to support the stream financially, you can hit the join button down below, and you can support for as little as $5 a month. We greatly appreciate all of you who do. At various different levels, you get different perks. So, for example, we started with this Myxo puzzle because 10 of the supporters who supported at a higher level voted for it. And indeed, I think we did it because someone who supported at the highest level suggested it. So anyway, so if you'd want, you're welcome to go on up the chain and see what all of the various things are. I want to thank the people who support at the top level. So David, Nordy, Franco, Woofer, DDX, Daniel, Willie, Danita, and Nell. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciated. I look forward to seeing you all real soon. Thanks for watching, and bye for now.